During one night, this kid walks alone toward the criminal's base. One of the thugs tries to slap the boy, but the kid grabbed his wrist so hard that the bones in his arm got crushed. The other one got scared, grabbed the boy by the collar and tried to lift him, but the boy felt like he weighed a ton. The hairy Saitama threw a kick and then grabbed him by the legs with insane strength and launched the thug straight into the base packed with criminals. This kid is about to take on an entire criminal organization alone and finally get his revenge for what they did to him. The question is, where does all that rage come from? This is Tiny. Him and his sister spent their whole lives getting beaten by these criminals. After so many years of suffering, his sister couldn't take it anymore and was killed, leaving him alone in this fight. One day, he woke up confused with the power surrounding his hand and with memories of his future. What happened was that the future Tiny was a great warrior, but was about to die. Before being killed, his friend used the only power he had to send him back in time and give him a second chance to change everything. Now, Tiny has the power to finally avenge his sister's death. Everyone thought this kid was suicidal until he rushed one of them, grabbed him by the leg, and used the guy as a racket, knocking out everyone around him. With a single attack, the boy took down over 10 criminals. The two biggest assassins watched from the sidelines what Tiny just did. The kid provokes them, calling them out for a fight. With a creepy smile on his face, the two jump in trying to hit him, but he dodges so fast it left both of them totally lost. Tiny comes back, punching one and kicking the other without dropping that smile. Right here, the boy activates Goku mode. Midair, he grabs the assassin by the collar and slams him into the ground before the assassin even lands. He was already there, landing a kick so hard the criminal went through the floor, completely lost about what was happening. The leader of the criminals, Wolf, is about to feel the rage of this kid who suffered in their hands. The criminal, with a haunting look, transformed into a monster and tried to scare the boy. Since that didn't really work, Wolf gets furious and tries to hit him, but Tiny dodges coldly and crushes Wolf's mouth with his power, forcing him to bite his own tongue. Wolf tried a series of attacks, but nothing lands on the boy. Tiny returns the combo, landing a kick to the chin, the chest, and the face, knocking the beast down. After leaving Wolf in horrible shape, he doesn't kill him right away. First, he made the enemy beg for forgiveness for his sister and made him plead to stay alive. Looking at the ground, he spots the stone Wolf was carrying. When Tiny touches the stone, a dark magic appears and a silver wolf comes out from inside it, covered in chains. In the past, this wolf was captured by an organization and trapped inside a stone. Inside one of the criminals. Now he is free but full of rage. Tiny used his mana on the wolf to calm him down, and they felt a connection. A contract was formed between them, and the boy gave the spirit the name Lunar Wolf. Tiny stood there looking at Wolf on the ground, asking for information about the organization. Wolf had already mentioned an organization with people behind the scheme of turning humans into monsters. So Tiny kindly asked for more details. And that's when things got weird. Wolf barely started talking, and mid-sentence his head simply exploded. Tiny just stood there for a moment, staring at what was left. Without much else to do, he turned to the wall and spotted a strange mark. The boy took the headless guy's hand and placed it on the magic circle. A door opens, revealing a bunch of treasures. Inside, among all the treasures, was the ring he was looking for, the Valencia family ring. Some time ago, Chloe von Valencia, daughter of the Sword Emperor, was well known by the people for caring about others. On her stroll, she came across Tiny looking like All Might after pulling off 100 strokes, so she took off her ring and gave it to him. But the ring was stolen shortly after. Years later, he finally managed to get it back. Tiny was heading down from upstairs when he heard heavy footsteps. The armored guy kicked the thug, calling him useless. "This is Ian, commander of the castle guard." Ian looked at the boy coming down the stairs and asked if it was this kid who made all that mess. Tiny just laughed, calling him corrupt for living off criminals. Ian got irritated and went after the boy, trying to hit him. But Tiny looked at the attack with a bored face and slapped it away like he was shooing a fly. That was enough to almost break the guard's arm. The kid decides to fight back with a knee strike, but barely. The guard manages to block it. Tiny backs off because he realized killing him would only cause problems. So he decides to just scare him with his spirit. Ian had never seen a spirit and was almost crapping himself from fear. He simply turned around and walked away furious, saying he was going to report everything to the authorities. The people who suffered under these criminals are finally free to get on with their lives. Emma, the woman who always helped him, can't believe what's happening. He told the thugs to grab the safe and give all the gold to the women so they could escape. He finished by telling them to go to Diana City and travel in groups because of the mercenaries. Emma was confused, not understanding how Tiny got so strong and knows all of this. The old Tiny is gone. Now he has the power and memories of his future and a spirit as a pet. He said goodbye to her and started his adventure alone for the first time. The red light district is closed. The guards then look back on what happened. Tiny introduces himself and the guards ask how long he'd been standing there. They warn him this is the Lord's home, so a normal civilian shouldn't be sneaking around. Then one asks how he even knows the new boss name. Tiny says he is the new boss and shows them his wolf as proof that makes them rush inside. Soon Tiny stands before a noble, but with a child's body. People keep looking down on him. Crone, the Grandmaster of the Files Night Order, says Ram told him about Tiny, though he expected someone older. Tiny coolly asks if making guests wait while staring at them is normal manners here. Crone gets annoyed and tells him to remember where he is. Tiny shoots back, saying the same goes for Crone. He shouldn't act above the feudal lord. He reminds Crone that he's the Lord's guest, yet Crone still pointed a sword at him. Crone mocks him as someone from the gutter, but Tiny fires back that the real stink is coming from Crone's mouth, the foulest in the Night Order. That pushes Crone over the edge, but the butler steps in and says the Lord is waiting. Crone knows that, and Tiny is glad the delay is finally over. Crone then puts his sword away. Still, he warns Tiny to watch himself inside because the Lord is very strict in his head. Crone swears he'll kill the boy once he gets permission. Tiny is then taken in, and Crone introduces him as Tiny from the alleys. The Lord tells him to enter. The moment Tiny steps in, he's shocked and wonders if that thing is really the feudal lord. Even so, he stays calm and respectfully greets the ruler of Files. The Lord asks where he learned such manners. Tiny says he's been practicing for this meeting. The man before him is Baron Gaimenville Files. The Lord says Tiny is very good at acting like a gentleman. Tiny can't get used to this and wonders if this is really the same Lord he knew before. Back then, the man was hooked on drugs, so Tiny figures this may be what he looked like before that. Still, noble blood or not, the Lord is a noble in both lives. And this time, the account book heading to the Duke of Valencia will bring him down. Tiny wants real revenge now, but the Lord points out that Tiny wasn't nearly as polite to Crone. Tiny answers that no one treats a master and a servant the same way. He says he wants to become one of the Lord's servants. Crone is stunned, but the Lord takes it to mean Tiny sees Crone as a rival. The Lord says that sounds ambitious. He also asks if Tiny is really human, guessing he could be a half-elf or dwarf. But Tiny says no, he's just 13, which surprises them. The Lord says that part doesn't matter. What matters is that Tiny is standing before him now. But for someone asking to serve him, the Lord says Tiny stole his money and asks for an explanation. Tiny says he did it for the Lord's sake. The Lord replies that maybe Tiny isn't as smart as he seemed if he still doesn't understand how the world works. Crone immediately offers to kill the boy if the Lord wishes. But Tiny asks if the Lord knows the Duke of Valencia has started cracking down on drugs and prostitution. That shocks Crone. Tiny says the Lord must already know since Miss Valencia visited this land and got the information through her company. He explains that he only wanted to clean things up before it became a disaster. And he's fine if the Lord checks for himself. The Lord admits he heard something similar at the comingafage ceremony for the youngest Valencia daughter. They were planning a major move. Crone tries to dismiss it as a child's fantasy and says Valentino is packed with brothels, but the Lord cuts him off and tells him not to overstep. Crone apologizes. And the Lord says that if Tiny is telling the truth, then his rough methods may actually deserve praise. Tiny thanks him, but the Lord says there's still one more thing to confirm. He says he knows Tiny controls a wolf spirit and asks if he stole it from the spirit wolf stone. Tiny is thrown off by the question, and then the lunar wolf appears. Its aura lets Tiny see through the Lord. He notices a ring of demonic energy around the man. Tiny immediately realizes the Lord is a black mage. He knows demons never give power for free. A second circle black mage must have killed or sacrificed hundreds. Tiny then remembers one of the men after his sister's body saying something similar. The brothers he fought at Wolf's house hinted at it too. That makes it clear. The Lord was the one buying bodies from the invaders, and Wolf had a black mage backing him the whole time. When Tiny stays silent too long, the Lord asks why he isn't answering. Tiny says he didn't understand the question. But then the Lord orders Crone to attack. Tiny realizes he's in trouble at his current strength, He can't beat both of them, so he tells the lunar wolf to strike. Seeing it, the Lord says it really is the forest's master, and he refuses to accept such a spirit belonging to Tiny since it's come to this. The Lord says they'll just need a new test subject. Tiny realizes the Lord wants to use him instead of Wolf. The Lord asks how strong the boy is, and Crone says Tiny is close to level 2, meaning he's already around night level. Crone says that unless Tiny came from some famous family that trained him, there's no way he learned this alone, especially with no leaking mana and such steady circulation. Tiny says it came from a secret family inheritance. The Lord then asks him to answer properly. Tiny knows they won't believe he figured it out alone, so he says distant relatives taught him before he came to Files. He calls it a breathing method he learned as a child. As he got stronger, he realized it was something special privately. Tiny wishes the Lord luck figuring out whether that story is true. He knows the Lord took in refugees from everywhere to boost the invaders' profits, so tracing his past will be nearly impossible. Tiny adds that the fact he survived long enough to stand here proves his words. The Lord says hell accept that, and Tiny thinks that was easier than expected. But then the Lord says hell be the one to judge everything. He tells Tiny to stay nearby for a few days. After Wolf's death, problems have come up, and someone will need to take the blame. Tiny figures he's talking about the group Wolf mentioned. He also realizes that if the feudal lord is this careful, then he may be an even more dangerous black mage than expected. The Lord cuts off his thoughts, demands an answer, and says he wants Tiny to become his sword. Tiny agrees if it's the Lord's command, acting like an honored guest. The Lord confirms it, and warns him to be very careful in his presence. Tiny, meanwhile, thinks he still has one card left. It should take about 3 days for the Duke's men to confirm whether the account book is real, 3 more to gather a punitive force, and around 10 days for that army to reach Files, maybe a little over 15 total. But if the Lord's guest arrives before then, everything changes. So Tiny asks when that guest is coming. The Lord says in a week and warns him not to disappoint. That answer deeply worries Tiny. Now he knows he has only 1 week. He sees 2 choices. First, he can run. The people of Invader should already be far away, and escaping the Lord's men wouldn't be hard, but if he does, he's sure the Lord will put him on the wanted list, making everything worse. That would be especially bad when he tries to meet the Sword Emperor. Since he already received something from him, Tiny can't risk causing trouble. Still, the thought of running annoys him even without his past life strength. He's always looked for ways to beat stronger enemies. That leaves the second option, the guest arriving in a week. Tiny starts to wonder, is that person really the Lord's official guest? He remembers the Lord spoke about this guest like they were very high-ranked nobility. But the mansion is strangely quiet for someone so important. So Tiny figures this is a secret visit. That means the person backing the Lord is likely someone who can't appear in public. If that's true, Tiny wonders what would happen if something huge hit Files before the guest arrived. That would draw everyone's attention to one place, and the visit might get delayed or cancelled. It's risky, but this is how Tiny always works. Still, for this plan, he needs to get stronger enough to beat the Grandmaster and the Lord. After training for a while, Tiny heads to eat. In the dining hall, the cook gets so shocked he spills hot soup. The person being served asks what he's staring at, but freezes too when he sees that Tiny is stuffing himself with an insane amount of food, and they can't understand how he fits it all in one. Even wonders if he has dwarf blood, since dwarves are said to eat like orcs. Tiny, though, feels his mana body keeps improving whenever he eats, so the more he eats, the stronger he gets. That also means he doesn't need herbs or special medicine. While he's eating like that, a knight walks up and asks if a dog taught him manners. Tiny calmly says yes. The knight gets annoyed and orders him to show respect to adults. Tiny fires back. Why respect a grown man picking a fight with a kid? That only makes the knight angrier. Tiny keeps going, asking if the man wants a laugh or a fight, and tells him to choose. That pushes the knight over the edge. He snaps and says hell beat Tiny himself. Another knight sees him losing control and tries to calm him down, saying Tiny is just a child. But then the Grandmaster steps in and tells him to stay out of it. He makes it clear no one should interfere. Tiny already understands what's going on, so he keeps provoking the knight and says he can come at him full force. He says he thought the man wanted to see how strong he really is. The knight warns him not to regret it. Tiny just thinks the Grandmaster should stand there and watch. He also knows the Lord set this whole thing up. Everyone gathers outside the dining hall to watch, and the Grandmaster looks the most excited. The knight, Grant, says hell put Tiny in his place. Tiny asks if he's sure. Grant tells him to draw his sword, says he'll end this fast, and mocks him for getting scared. Tiny just sneers and doesn't even take out a weapon. Instead, he kicks Grant hard in the shin, and the pain is so bad Grant can barely hide it. He swings at Tiny, but the boy moves faster than he expected. Tiny goes for another kick and smashes Grant's other leg. Grant is stunned. He's been hit twice already. He can't believe this is from a level 1 kid. His leg is already swelling, but he refuses to lose to a child. Tiny notes he's tougher than expected, but Grant is fighting on pure anger now. Tiny dodges again and gets ready to strike back. Grant is still trying to process it when Tiny jumps in and locks him with his legs. Tiny tells him not to worry, he won't kill him. Then he knocks Grant out. After that, Tiny loudly asks if knights are really this weak. Everyone is left speechless, because Sir Grant just got beaten by a kid. Tiny looks straight at the Grandmaster, who is clearly furious. Then he turns around and walks off. He knows exactly what he just did. He beat a knight in public without using the lunar wolf. Very few people can pull that off, and now the Lord should think twice before trying to remove him. In Tinna's mind, his chances just went up. A moment later, he stumbles. He wonders if he pushed himself too hard, but he had no choice. He needed mana for that fight. In his past life, that would have caused real trouble, because even if his body healed fast, his mana came back slowly. This time, though, his body and mana are in sync, so that weakness is gone. Now he can train as hard as he wants and even surpass his old self. The next day, news from the duchy proves true, and the Lord admits he misjudged Tiny. Tiny thanks him. The Lord tells him to enjoy the veal steak and everything else on the table. Tiny says it's a lot for breakfast, but the Lord asks if all his strength comes from eating so much. Tiny downplays yesterday's fight as luck, yet the Lord says he shouldn't be modest. His future is bright, and it's a shame no great master is there to teach him. The Lord adds that many legendary knights grew strong without masters. Tiny answers that what really helped them grow was serving a great lord. That catches the Lord off guard. He's surprised. Tiny knows history and manners and realizes he's no normal commoner. Tiny thinks that's only because he had a whole past life to learn it. The Lord goes on, saying that in the Empire and nearby kingdoms, black hair and black eyes like Tinnis are rare. But with one more detail, his origin gets harder to guess. Tiny doesn't follow, and the Lord says he never expected a foreigner to be worth this much. Tiny is still confused, but the Lord promises he'll explain later. He says he already told someone about Tiny, and that person liked what he heard. Tiny has no idea what he's talking about, and privately thinks the Lord is insane. He also figures the Lord only looks this healthy because of the circle, though a demon could strike at any time. In his past life, Tiny believes someone must have abandoned the Lord and removed the circle. The Lord, meanwhile, says he's eager for that person to meet the boy. He adds that Tiny has no idea how impressive that person is, and that they'll put him to great use. Tiny politely thanks him for the honor. After breakfast, he goes back to training. He's worried about that person and the organization, but this isn't the time to dwell on it. He has to prepare. He knows the Lord is in the second circle, and Machikokran's second stage is still close. Since mage levels and mana user levels are similar, and Tiny passed that stage long ago in his past life, he figures 6 days should be enough to reach it again. 3 days later, he notices his body is still small but already very strong. His power and weight may be packed tight, but his flexibility is better, and his movement is even smoother than before. Tiny realizes he's rebuilt his base from scratch. Back then, he only wanted to be huge and powerful, so his body changed that way without him noticing, and that broke the balance between his body and mana. Now, as a child again, he understands he doesn't need a giant body to be strong. While training, he notices some guards nearby. They recognize him as the boy who beat Lord Grant, and quickly decide to come back later. Tiny is glad they're leaving him alone so he can keep training. After 3 days of heavy eating and non-stop practice with the dummies, people finally lose interest. Little by little, they start avoiding him. Then the captain shows up. Tiny asks what he wants, and the captain says the Lord ordered them to give the boy a weapon. When Tiny sees the captain's sword, he thinks the timing couldn't be better. The captain says Tiny has no idea how much the Lord values him and tells him to be thankful. Tiny looks around and spots armor that looks expensive and fits him perfectly, but when he checks the weapons, there are no axes or warhammers, so he thinks he'll have to spend his own money later. Then he asks if he can take the captain's sword instead. The captain bristles and asks if his blade looks mass-produced. He says it's called grills, made by the famous swordsmith Rogers, a luxury weapon. He adds that a little bird shouldn't eat stones Tiny, though only thinks about how much blood that sword has seen. Even so, he says the weapon suits him better than the captain for the Lord's sake. He says, a sword like that should be used by someone with real talent. The captain barely holds back his anger and calls him insolent. He asks if Tiny wants to die, but Tiny answers by asking if he wants to test that right now. Then he lifts the sword like it's nothing and says if he loses, he can hand over his head himself. That is enough to make the captain attack with everything he has. Outside the armory, the guards hear the noise, then hear Tiny apologizing and saying he'll be more careful. A moment later, he steps out hurt, but carrying the sword. He wanted the guards start whispering, wondering if Captain Crone really beat up a kid. Tiny may be strong for his age, but this could still become a big issue. They also question the rumors that Crone hates Tiny, especially with talk that the boy might replace him someday. Even so, they agree a captain hitting a child is wrong still. They decide it's not their problem and move on as Tiny walks the halls. A few maids notice his injuries and ask what happened. Tiny tells them Captain Crone said they were going to get him a weapon, so he went along. Then things turned out like this. The maids tell him to rest and call for them if he needs anything back in the Lord's room. He asks about the sacrifice. The servant says it's secure. The Lord then asks if more bodies showed up today. When the servant says yes, he figures Tiny is throwing the invaders into chaos. He sends the servant away and decides the boy has to be stopped soon. His lineage should be confirmed, and then they can move forward. There is one problem, though. If Tiny really belongs to that family, then the owner of that wolf will pay a terrible price still. The Lord hopes that's not true because the boy is smart, polite, and clearly from a high-ranking house. On top of that, no child his age should be able to beat a knight. The Lord assumes he must have learned that family's vision, and with Tinnis' black hair and black eyes, that seems like proof enough. He looks forward to meeting him. But as he lies down, an alarm spell goes off. Annoyed, he assumes some servant dared to disturb him and mutters that hell use them as a sacrifice. He starts to get up from his bed, but then someone comes closer with a sword. Before he can defend himself, he's cut down. The Lord screams and coughs up blood. While Tiny calls it divine punishment, even wounded, the Lord asks why Tiny ignores him and drives the blade into his heart until he bleeds out. Then Tiny leaves the room, leaving the sword stuck in the body. At dawn, a maid finds the corpse and screams. Other servants rush in, and some realize the Lord was a black mage. One knight says the priest already confirmed he sensed demonic energy and would report it to the parish. His name is Glenn, a knight of Phileas, and he says the Empire will send an investigation team soon. Another guard wonders why the body still looks like this. They say black mages usually rot right after death, and this one has been dead for hours. The servants are horrified and wonder why the Lord chose that path. Glenn believes the Lord cast aside his noble blood and was executed once it was found out. But one thing still bothers him. When he checks the weapon, he realizes it's Captain Crone's sword. The others can't believe the captain would do it, but one points out that Tiny had a chance to meet the Lord alone, and that people had been talking about a new captain, so maybe Crone snapped after hearing that. Another guard argues no one would kill the Lord over that unless he was crazy. Still, they all wonder why the captain hasn't shown up. Glenn says he has a bad feeling and starts investigating. After questioning guards and servants, he learns that the captain beat Tiny the day before. At last, they put all the statements together, and Glenn orders them to bring in the boy. Tiny says Crone told him the Lord wanted to give him a weapon, so they went to the armory. But instead, the captain just beat him and he never got any weapon. Glenn gets annoyed. The armory was already checked. There were signs of a struggle, but no captain. No one has seen Crone since meeting Tiny. It's like he vanished. So Glenn asks again if Tiny really never saw him after that. Glenn presses him, but Tiny says no. When Glenn asks if that doesn't seem strange, Tiny says he's worried no one is taking him seriously. He doesn't like hearing it either, but he's telling the truth. Glenn decides the story matches what the staff said. Tiny then asks what will happen to him since the Lord had promised his future was secure. Glenn just tells him to come back earlier later and lets him go. Tiny thinks this knight is one of the same bastards from this place, but can't remember him. Then it hits him in his past life. He killed them all, yet somehow doesn't remember this one. He decides going straight back to his room after questioning would look suspicious, so he has to be careful. Later he returns and is given a mercenary plate and some money. Glenn explains that only commoners registered as mercenaries or merchants can move freely between provinces, and says he checked the identity himself. Tiny wanted one anyway, but asks why he's getting it now. Glenn tells him wasting his talent in a rotten place like this would be stupid, he should go somewhere better. That's advice from someone who's lived long enough to know. Tiny realizes Glenn is really talking about himself now. He understands why he never saw him before. Glenn must have left early. Tiny thanks him and says he planned to leave anyway. Now that the Black Mage is dead, Tiny knows the Imperial family will have to move. He stopped the man before he could act, but the Duke's investigation team still hasn't arrived, so Tiny decides he'll have to go there himself. Glenn tells him not to forget him if he succeeds. Tiny asks for his name again, and Glenn is shocked, a little embarrassed. He introduces himself as Glenn Liberty. Though Tiny can just call him Glenn, Tiny tells Glenn to remember his name too, then leaves. Phileas has no lord now, so everything is resting on that night for the moment. Tiny feels a little guilty because Glenn said he'd need a tracking mage to find the captain. Tiny left behind a mystery no one can solve. Still, now that he has a mercenary plate, he plans to borrow a horse from the guild until the lunar wolf shows up. Tiny realizes it wants to carry him, but says riding a wolf over long distance is too rough. He adds that a human would throw up in 10 minutes on a wolf's back. Since he doesn't have an orc's balance, the wolf doesn't care and shoves Tiny onto its back. Tiny notes it's still a little small. Since spirits usually appear the size they were in life, still, they can also change size to match the mage. As he rides, Tiny realizes their souls and senses need to sync first, so he decides to try it. He uses a level 2 spiritualist skill, Condemnation of Sensory Soul Link. At once, the wolf starts to change. Its body grows stronger than before, which surprises Tiny. He remembers an old friend saying spiritualists are different because a mage's own traits show up in the spirit. Things like strength and stamina. Then the wolf suddenly bursts forward. It moves incredibly fast and Tiny feels all his senses sharpen. Linked to the wolf, his sight and smell improve too. He figures this will save him a lot of time getting to Valencia, maybe even enough to reach Curran, where the first disaster began in his past life. Back then, disaster after disaster struck, weakening humanity before the Demon King's rise. It all started when Curran's relic vanished. Tiny knows he has to stop that. The 7 sacred relics are treasures given to humanity by the goddess, and this one was meant to be the final sacrifice. But in his past life, the relics were stolen. This time, Tiny wants to stop every disaster and become the greatest warrior so he can stand with humanity against the Demon King. First, he plans to visit the Duke's house, then head for Curran, the Sea Kingdom, where the first catastrophe will happen. Elsewhere, people hear the Imperial family is sending investigators for the Lord's murder. Rumors say he was a black mage, and they worry they might get dragged into it. One man tells his friend they should be careful. The other says it's best to stay out of it. Then they notice a strange mist spreading around a mysterious figure. The city guards order the person to identify themselves. The stranger says nothing and walks through the gate anyway, dropping the guards where they stand. That night, Glenn is still working in the Lord's palace when he senses someone nearby and asks who it is. The hooded figure doesn't answer. Instead, they say they have questions and demand everything he knows about the Lord's death. Using magic, they put Glenn under a spell, forcing him to talk. When they ask where the body is, Glenn says the Empire's team had it placed in a coffin in his room. Satisfied, the figure tells him to sleep and wake up in an hour. When Glenn finally opens his eyes, he's confused and remembers nothing. He figures he just pushed himself too hard and passed out from overwork. Then a guard rushes in with worse news: the Lord's body is gone. Glenn panics because that corpse was the clearest proof of black magic. Meanwhile, in the woods outside Phileas, the hooded figure takes the sword used to kill the Lord and finds its owner already dead and dumped there. They quickly decide the killer must be the dark-haired boy who beat the wolf and vanished after the incident, and swear he'll pay for ruining the organization's plan. The next day, at Licentia's West Gate, Tiny arrives and notices how crowded the city is. He knows things are still on track, but if he acts too soon, everything could collapse. So first, he wants to get proper gear, and he even feels thankful for Glenn's help. Still, he thinks Glenn already did more than enough. Tiny pulls out 2 gold coins, and that immediately catches attention. 2 armed thugs walk up and ask if he's carrying money. They order him to hand over everything, but they're the ones about to lose. Tiny just asks if they have any money in his past life. The underworld had an unwritten rule. If a huge shadow showed up in an alley, you hid and stayed silent. Tiny used to face them head-on until one man warned him that killing so many people would stain his soul, and one day regret would come for him. He told Tiny to show at least a little mercy. Back then, Tiny brushed it off. He said Head never killed real people, only trash like them. Again and again. Back in the present, he beats the local bandits and takes their money. One of them snarls that they're from the Rufus family of knights, but Tiny says they're so weak he's never even heard the name. Furious, they charge again. In reply, Tiny hurls the gold bag right into one bandit's face. The hit sends him flying back, and his partner starts shaking, knowing he's next. Tiny follows with a hard kick straight to his face, throwing him back too. Once all the bandits are down, Tiny walks over to the bag and picks it up. Seeing that, one bandit warns that his brother won't let this go. Tiny doesn't care. He's more interested in how much gold he got. And he laughs right at them. Now that he has enough money, he heads to a weapon shop. The owner shows him leather and iron armor from the southern mountains, saying it can stop most arrows. Tiny thinks that sounds useful. Nearby, some men are talking. One says they can't get close, and another says they can at least watch from far away. That makes Tiny curious. So he asks the shopkeeper if something's going on. The man says the Princess of Valencia is out on patrol. Right away, Tiny remembers that if Irina taught him affection, the princess was the first person who gave him hope. It didn't end well, but that hope still helped him leave Vader. Tiny wonders why both sisters changed his life so much. He thinks that if the princess sees how he's living now, she'll know he's become the kind of person her sister would approve of. The last time they met in his old life, the princess laughed when Tiny gave his name, saying it didn't fit him at all. She tried to apologize and hold it in, but couldn't stop laughing. In the present, Tiny thinks she's probably forgotten him still. He vows to find her sooner this time, make her remember him, and get a meeting with the emperor elsewhere. A man points out that Licentia is one of the biggest cities in the central region. He's Edmund von Lucent, the eldest son of Count Lucent. As he walks beside the princess, he keeps talking about the city's famous goods, but she clearly doesn't care. With a full escort around them, Edmund keeps going, while she stays focused on duty. Then she says trade doesn't interest her, and asks to see the poorer part of the city. Instead, she asks if they can visit the slums. Edmund is stunned, but the princess reminds him those people live here too. Embarrassed, he agrees to take her there. She remembers her father telling her that if she's being raised as an heir, she has to learn how people really live. He said the poor deserve better lives, and only then can the kingdom improve. She wonders if it's really so strange for her to follow what her father taught. She believes she wants people to face reality and change how they see the world, but once her fiancé is named at her coming-of-age ceremony, her freedom will be gone. That makes her wonder if she should run to the temple, since she's felt drawn there for a while. Still, she knows that would hurt her father, and he wouldn't want her to live alone forever. While thinking, she hears that a child is trying to get through. It is Tiny arguing with the guards. Edmund steps in and demands to know who this boy is and where he came from, then orders him to leave. Instead, Tiny pulls out a ring and says the princess herself gave it to him. He says she told him to come see her, and even if he's late, he still wants to greet her. Most people think he's lying, but the princess recognizes the ring. Still, she says that's odd because she gave it to a poor little boy and asks where Tiny got. Tiny realizes she doesn't know who he is. Now he's in real trouble because the guards raise their swords at him after the princess assumes he stole the ring with blades at his neck. The guard captain tells him to explain himself. Tiny thinks they met too early. He says it may sound impossible, but he is that child. He figures she can't recognize him because he grew so fast. So he adds more details. He says he was the only dark-haired kid in Phileas, maybe even in the whole duchy. The princess says that can't be right, because the boy she met was weak and could barely speak. She adds that he was tiny, cute, and pitiful. Hearing that, Tiny realizes being small and cute never would have helped him much anyway. So he uses his power and summons a small, adorable spirit animal, which the princess instantly loves. She hugs it tight. Even though she's warned it's still an unfamiliar spirit. The princess says only very pure children can get a spirit like that. The statement is true, but not the whole story. The guard captain looks Tiny over, notices his weapons and spirit, and grows even more suspicious. On the other hand, the princess just asks the animal's name. Tiny says it's a lunar wolf, moon in an Eastern dialect. That answer catches the guard captain's attention too, while the princess stays focused on the spirit. She says she never thought he could change this much in just a month or two, especially when he hadn't even looked 10 back then. The princess recalls that his name means tiny. He says he's 13 now, and after his mana awakened, his body started growing fast. Vivian, the guard captain, says that sounds highly suspicious. She asks his real age, and whether he's mixed blood. She apologizes to the princess for speaking harshly, but says protecting her comes first. Edmund agrees it's suspicious, and suggests isolating Tiny first, then questioning him. Tiny says he doesn't expect trust, but reminds them the princess once said she'd help him when she gave him that ring. Edmund gets annoyed at being ignored, but the princess agrees that Tiny does need help. Then Tiny asks if he can meet Lord Asgard von Valencia. Already irritated, Vivian asks how a boy like him could dare ask that. Tiny calmly says a mere boy can't possibly threaten the Lord of Valencia. There are only 7 superhumans on the continent, and one is the Sword Emperor, a man who commands destruction itself. Someone like that wouldn't be harmed by a child. The princess says her father would be embarrassed by that title, and notes he was only recently named one of the continent's 7 greatest knights. Tiny realizes that title hasn't happened yet. Vivian says it fits his excellency perfectly, and she's glad his fame has spread so far. Then Tiny says he wants to tell the Duke directly about what happened in Phileas because he was involved in the incident himself. Later, the princess asks Vivian if Tina's story was true, and Vivian says yes. The princess then asks if Vivian is hiding anything else beyond what Tiny mentioned. Vivian says no, only that the Lord was a black mage, and it looks like someone else was behind everything. The princess says Tiny saw it happen himself, so his words could be an important clue. And since he wants to meet her father, she needs to head back home. Vivian asks how long the princess plans to keep holding the wolf, worried it might hurt her, but the princess just says it's adorable, which the wolf clearly doesn't appreciate. Vivian studies it more closely, and almost gets charmed too, but quickly pulls herself together. Then the princess asks where Tiny is. She is told that young Master Edmund took him away to speak with him alone. The princess gets curious about that talk, but then the spirit wolf suddenly disappears from her arms. Elsewhere, Edmund says now they can talk alone, and asks the boy's name again. Tiny answers, but instead of playing along, he asks what Edmund knows about the Black Mage. Edmund claims he knows nothing, and says he only understands why Tiny is so full of himself. Tiny can tell he's lying, and Edmund snaps that he's being disrespectful. He goes on about Tinna's bad manners, then lifts his hand to slap him and teach him a lesson. Tiny catches his wrist and stops him cold. Edmund struggles, shocked that he can't pull free. He threatens to report Tiny to the princess for being rude, and for daring to use force against a noble. Tiny mocks that twisted idea of status and says he'll deal with this his own way. Still, he wants to see what Edmund planned after calling him out here. Annoyed, Edmund tells him to follow. Meanwhile, Vivian gets on her horse after the princess orders her to find Tiny right away. At first, she thought the princess might be overreacting, since a spirit usually disappears when it's too far from its master, but she knows Edmund took Tiny toward the edge of the castle grounds. So she rides out as fast as she can, hoping she isn't too late. Edmund leads Tiny to a large mansion. Tiny doesn't care about the place at all. Once inside, a man asks Edmund why he's there. He says the deadline hasn't come yet, and wonders why Edmund showed up for the product. This is the Rufus family, high in rank and rotten to the core. Tiny already hates them because he dealt with them before. Edmund says he isn't here for the product. He wants them to teach this insolent commoner a lesson. One of the Rufus men hesitates, but Edmund slaps him and demands obedience. The man quickly backs down. He calls Eric and Tillman to handle it, but the moment they face Tiny, they recognize him as the boy who beat them when they tried to rob him. Tiny greets them with a smug little jab, and both of them freeze in fear. The eldest demands to know why they're hesitating. They say this is the same boy from before and beg Rufus to deal with him. The eldest says Tiny is unlucky and should have watched where he stepped. Edmund sees how confident Rufus looks and likes it. Rufus wants to finish things fast, but Tiny hits him before he can move. The blow sends him flying straight across the room, and he crashes down unconscious. Tiny turns to the next man, ready for more. But no one else dares to come at him, so Tiny asks if that's really all they've got. Panicking, Edmund shakes Rufus and yells at him to get up and protect them. Tiny says he can try if he wants, but this won't end here. That warning is enough to make both of them crumple in fear. Seeing that, Tiny calls them cowards. Then he looks at the rest and asks if any of them want to fight too. Their terrified faces say no. Not long after, Vivian rushes in, worried about Tiny. Instead, she finds the whole place already handled. Tiny beat every thug, and Edmund is sprawled on the floor in a pathetic pose. Tiny isn't in danger at all. Calmly, he asks why she's there, and Vivian says the princess sent her because she was worried. Then Tiny gives her a ledger of bribes and says these men were tied to human trafficking. With proof like that, he says Edmund won't fool anyone now. Vivian can't help wondering what kind of life this boy has lived. The next day, after all this, Edmund is thrown out of the duchy. The princess says he'd been working with trafficking groups for a long time, and it badly hurt the duke's name. Vivian apologizes, but the princess asks if she really did anything wrong. Tiny answers for her, saying she didn't. That makes the princess relax. She says she knew that already reward and punishment should be fair, no matter a person's rank. That's what her father always taught her. Vivian asks why the princess is staring at her like that. The princess says Vivian should have broken one of Edmund's arms before he passed out. He got off too easy. Hearing that, Tiny realizes the two are very close. The Sword Emperor's youngest daughter and a genius knight, sometimes they act like sisters, other times like mother and daughter. Ever since Chloe's situation changed, they've stayed together, and Tiny finds it funny that someone younger than Chloe acts older than her. Then the princess asks what he thinks. Tiny says Edmund valued his noble pride more than anything, and no one will forget what he did. Vivian blurts out that he doesn't sound like a child at all, but the princess is busy playing with the lunar wolf. She says the name is too long and decides to just call him Lunar. Tiny asks if she doesn't blame or doubt him. Chloe says she's already heard of the dark-haired boy from Phileas, the one who destroyed an underground ring and saved its victims, since he just did it again. She thinks it's amazing. Tiny is relieved she believes him, but she warns him not to do this again, and says he has to tell people before acting. 3 days later, while they're still traveling, the carriage suddenly stops. A guard reports that an elf asked them to make camp. The princess steps out with the others. The elf introduces herself as Irina, an envoy of the World Tree, and politely asks to join them for a while. The princess gladly agrees. Tiny, however, recognizes her as a fifth circle sorceress. Elves come from the far western kingdom of Elvenheim, so seeing one in the Aslan Empire is rare still. Most people in the Empire welcome them. Elves, with their elemental gifts, are known as gentle and peace-loving, which makes this fifth circle dark mage even more unsettling. The princess asks if Irina is passing through Valencia on her way to Verovist in the north. Irina says she worried that might trouble the Empire since it has clashed with Verovist before, but the princess says it's no issue. Irina explains she's traveling the world to hear new stories. Chloe says she's heard of that training and asks if Irina is preparing to become one of the elite elf knights. Irina says yes, then asks if the spirit wolf in Chloe's arms belongs to her. Chloe says no, the owner is Tiny. Irina notes that very few humans have elemental power. Tiny pretends to be impressed, though inside he realizes she's someone important. He says he's amazed because it's his first time seeing an elf up close, but it's all an act. He knows he can't fight her head on, yet Vivian and the princess buy it. Even if Tiny thinks the act doesn't fit him still, he has to keep it up. Luckily, Irina doesn't know what the lunar wolf can really do, only its owner knows all its powers. Tiny also wonders how she's hiding magic that's strong. Then, Irina suggests giving them a little magic demonstration. Tiny didn't expect that. It reminds him of something Argon once told him. Never confuse one kind of elven power for another. He studies the group and counts 12 level 3 fighters and 1 level 4 warrior. A mage's circles and a mana user's levels are basically equal. To beat someone 1 rank above you, you'd need at least 5 people 1 rank below. So for Tiny at level 2 to beat a 5th circle mage, he'd need around 100 versions of himself. 1 hit from her could end him. That means a surprise attack is his only chance. His hidden trump card is the lunar wolf. Right then, the wolf jumps from Chloe's lap to Vivian's arms. Irina smiles, says he's adorable, and asks to hold him too. She asks Tiny directly, and he agrees, handing the wolf over without refusing. Then everything changes in an instant. The wolf shifts into its strongest form and Tiny attacks at the same time. Irina clearly didn't expect it. Vivian also strikes with her sword, forcing Irina to use magic and exposing her as a dark mage. Once Irina is revealed, the princess realizes how important Tinna's presence was. Because he can sync with the wolf, he had already warned her that Irina was a dark mage. He also told her Vivian could help. Chloe was shaken, but she kept her cool. Tiny knew this could turn into an international problem, yet he hoped she'd understand. He explained that back in Feliz, if they hadn't attacked first, they would all have been in danger, and he was ready to risk his life to stop it. After telling the princess the plan, the wolf jumped into Vivian's arms that let Tiny warn Vivian too, and the two lined up their strikes, catching the elf by surprise, but she recovered fast, jumped into the air, and raised a magic barrier. Vivian ordered all the soldiers to attack at once, and they followed right away. Tiny joined the assault too, but the elf was as strong as he feared, and his blow couldn't break her shield. One of the guards attacked next, only making her madder. Irina blasted everyone back, then demanded to know how they exposed her. Tiny said it was obvious. He could smell the rot of dark magic on her. Tinna's bold answer brought out Irina's pure hatred. Her rage made her power rise even more, which shocked Tiny. Irina set off an explosion, filling the area with magical smoke. Everyone was about to get caught in it, Tiny included, even though he was right near her. But he threw up a magic barrier just in time. Even then, the blast hit so hard it sent him flying. When he got back up, he realized this was the first time in his life he'd used that skill, and he had barely survived at the same time. Vivian noticed the elf's barrier had weakened and told everyone to press the attack. Irina kept lashing out, screaming for everyone to stay out of her way. Tiny used that opening to jump onto the lunar wolf and rush straight at her. Still, he failed to break the shield again, but he did pull Irina's focus. While she watched him, she missed the others closing in. Even so, she dodged their strike at the last second. She snarled that one death would mean nothing now, and since it had come to this, she would kill them all. Her threats didn't scare anyone, and they attacked again right away. That only enraged Irina more. Tiny came down from above and struck. The hit landed, but only on her barrier. Still, the force slammed her into the ground. Cracks spread across the shield, and Irina clearly hated that. But Tiny told her he had plenty more. Then the elf swore she'd drag all of them down with her. She cast a wide spell that hit everyone nearby. Chloe froze when the danger rushed at her, but Vivian stepped in and kept the princess from being struck. She then told her men to endure just a little longer. Then she looked up and saw something shocking. Tiny was coming down like a falling star. He thought this was perfect. The flames were completely shut out with his sharper sight. He could tell the iron armor was far better than in his past life. Now he had to go all out and finish her. He smashed into the elf's shield again, and the impact triggered another magic blast. The shockwave threw Vivian away, and Tiny too, though the wolf saved him. He was still hurt, but it could have been worse, and it worked. Tiny finally shattered the elf's barrier. He climbed back onto the wolf, rushed in again, and shouted for the others to attack too. Vivian got up and moved with the plan. Furious, Irina demanded how they dared, called them filthy humans, and blasted them back with magic. Vivian could tell the elf still had a lot of power left, but Tiny kept coming anyway. He pushed forward without slowing down, and once he was close enough, he struck again. Vivian told the guards they had to end this fast. Seeing the fight turn against her, the elf pulled back and Tiny thought she was running. He immediately yelled for everyone to stop her, but Irina wasn't retreating. She climbed higher to unleash her strongest attack, yet Tiny realized she was the last follower of the demon. But even so, burning up her own body for more power seemed insane. Even so, Irina used a fiery offering to burn everything below. Black flames swallowed the area and struck several royal guards. Tiny escaped with the wolf, but he could see the fighters were at their limit. They needed greater power to end this, so he said they had bought enough time. And now it was Chloe's turn. The princess began to release her power. Shine, a divine force drawn through penance and blessing. Those who become priests through penance, baptism, and training in holy power can gain strength against demons, but sometimes people are born with it, like a saint or a warrior sent by God in hard times, or the rare kind called a cleric, someone outside the priesthood. Chloe was one of them, and when she used that power against black magic, even her guards were stunned. Tiny knew she had hidden this gift because she feared being taken away by the priests. She was the strongest cleric he had ever seen. He had thought Chloe was still weak, but this was more than enough. Even Irina didn't see this coming. She had no defense ready for it, and Chloe's light magic soon blew her apart. The princess had poured everything she had into that strike. On the ground, Irina could only stare in disbelief. What offended her most was needing help from people she saw as beneath her, tired of hearing her. Tiny smacked her on the head and said everyone was still shaken, so he'd finish it. Chloe stopped him. Irina couldn't die yet. Tiny asked why Chloe said they had to question her. Even as a cleric, she hadn't sensed the elf's dark magic, and she needed to know why. She wanted to heal Irina first, and Tiny told her to go ahead if she wanted to test it. Looking at the elf's body, he thought it was a fitting end for a black mage. Meanwhile, the guards were amazed that the princess was a cleric. Chloe said her secret was out now, and it felt like she had lost a lot. Then she asked if Tiny already knew. Since he was the only one not surprised, he said yes, and Chloe asked how. Since even her family kept it secret, Tiny said he couldn't explain yet, but he would someday. Chloe accepted that and asked no more. That surprised Tiny. He also thought about the mage hunting him and admitted he was already buried in trouble. Chloe had been put in danger because of him, and he said it was his duty as a noble to destroy demonic threats. But Chloe told him if she had died, it would have been because she was too weak, so she had no reason to blame him. This made Tiny think she was still the same person from his past life. Then Chloe noticed he had worried about her and found it sweet. Vivian caught that and teasingly asked if he hated being called a child. He said no, though privately he knew he was far older than he looked. Vivian said kids his age usually hate that word, so this proved he had a normal side too. Tiny said that had nothing to do with anything. Chloe, meanwhile, remembered her duty as princess and decided she had to report everything to her father as soon as they reached the nearest city. Sometime later, they arrived at the main gate of Taibin. Seeing the welcome, Tiny thought the Sword Emperor was very protective of his daughter. Maybe too protective. Chloe seemed to think the same and blushed in embarrassment. The people nearby were stunned too, as a whole fleet of blue-winged knights arrived to greet the princess. Tiny thought the Valencia elite was a bit excessive. Every one of those knights was at least a specialist, and they were part of the Empire's strongest force. Then Garen Clemen, vice-captain of the Blue-Winged Knights and leader of 103 men, stepped forward and greeted the princess. The princess praised the knights for their work and told them to rise. Garen said he was relieved she was safe and that His Excellency had been deeply worried. Chloe said she was sure her report already said she was safe, so this response felt a little extreme. Garen asked if she had forgotten the dark mage attack, then added that if not for another emergency, her father would have come himself. Chloe asked what emergency, and the vice-captain explained that about a month and a half ago, the Tempest family's relics suddenly vanished. That shocked her. Tiny was alarmed too. He asked if the relic was an artifact, but Chloe wasn't sure. That caught his interest even more. She explained it was a family secret passed only to the head of the house. No one else really knew, so all she could do was guess it was some powerful artifact. Then Tiny said he knew why the relic had disappeared. Everyone there was stunned. Tiny only asked to meet His Excellency and said he'd explain everything then. After that, the Blue-Winged Knights escorted Chloe and her group home. On the way, the vice-captain kept thinking about Tinna's words and asked one of Chloe's personal guards about the boy. The guard said his name was Tiny and that he was incredible, even the one who captured the dark mage. He added that Tiny was said to be close to expert level, which didn't fit his age at all. That surprised the vice-captain, since not even the 7 knights had reached that level so young. It made Tiny sound like either a genius or a monster. Garen Clemen even thought it would have been amazing if the boy had been born into his family. Then he remembered something and said he now knew who had brought the letter from Phileas. The name was too unusual, it had to be him. In the carriage, Chloe stared outside, captivated. She was looking at a field of flowers, and Tiny asked if she liked lilacs. Chloe said yes. Her father and late mother loved them too, and they even named her after the flower. Tiny says the name fits her. Vivian adds that the Duke and his wife were famous for how much they loved each other, and she was the only woman he ever loved. But Tiny remembers something else. Before he died, Chloe's father told him he never really liked that flower and asked him not to forget it. So now Tiny knows the Sword Emperor meant that as a secret sign. He doubts the man would remember his past life, but since he told Tiny to find him right away, there has to be a reason. Tiny knows he needs to meet the Sword Emperor and figure out how to become a great knight. Right now, getting stronger matters most. If he can't reach at least commander rank, none of this will matter. In this life, he wants to crush the people who blocked him before. When they reach the Duke of Valencia's mansion, the guards welcome them home in celebration. Chloe asks if Tiny has ever been to Valencia before. He says this is his first time, and Chloe doesn't really get what he means. Then they both jump when Chloe's father loudly rushes over. thrilled to see her again. Tiny recognizes him at once. He never expected such a terrifying warrior to act like such an overexcited dad. But the old man doesn't care. He's just relieved his daughter is safe. Chloe, meanwhile, is beyond embarrassed when her father runs in for a hug. She slips away. He asks why, and she tells him everyone is watching and he should act with some dignity. Nearly in tears, he argues that a father should worry about his daughter. Chloe doesn't fall for it and says he should apologize to the knights he sent out for no reason. So he does, praising them and thanking them for bringing his daughter back safely. Then he thanks them not as the Duke, but as a father. After that, he announces a banquet and tells everyone to enjoy themselves. Then he asks who the boy beside Chloe is. Tiny realizes the Duke doesn't recognize him. Chloe says she already told him about the boy and reminds him Tiny is the witness in the Dark Mage case. The Duke admits he's been under too much stress to remember. But Tiny cuts in and says he knows where Tempest is. That shocks everyone, especially Chloe. Even the Duke is caught off guard and calls him a bold little brat. Tiny suddenly feels a strange force pressing down on him. Soul pressure still, he thinks the Sword Emperor isn't at his old peak yet. In his past life, Astina had the best control among the 7 knights, and Yarrick could have reached that level too. Tiny decides he can handle this with the power and experience he carried from his past life. Then he asks if they're really going to discuss this out in the open. That nerve stuns the Duke. But Chloe quickly says Tiny is still a child and doesn't know what he's saying. Even so, her father says a clueless child wouldn't act like this and decides he needs to hear the boy out properly. Later, in a private room, the Duke asks what Tiny meant. Tiny says he has a guess about where Tempest could be. The Duke tells him to explain. Tempest is one of the few ancient words Tiny knows. It means time or chance, so if the relic vanished a month ago, maybe its power is turning time back. That makes the Duke listen even more closely. Tiny says it started with a disaster that happens 20 years in the future, then tells him everything while the Duke listens without interrupting. When he's done, the Duke says the story is too detailed to sound like something a child made up. Tiny even knows the World Tree's guardians, the first Dwarven Hammer, and the Orc Warrior, names that should never be connected. Tiny says they fought beside him for a year. The Duke is baffled. Since those races are sworn enemies, he then explains that the family relic says only one person can be sent to the past, using the life of a powerful human, and the descendants must treat that power carefully. Those words were passed down with the relic, though he never truly believed them. Still, what Tiny described feels real, even if he's not ready to trust it completely, so he asks if his future self really believed in Tiny enough to send him back. The Duke says if he had returned himself, he would have used his memories, power, and position to gather humanity and prepare for the Demon King's army. But one thing still bothers him. Why wasn't he the one sent back? Why did Tiny return instead? Tiny says only the Duke's future self would know. He recalls that before sending him back, the Duke said something about protecting his talent. That was when Tiny realized the man had lost his mind. The Duke gets it, and guesses his future self didn't even know where Tiny would end up. Tiny is shocked that he was sent back by someone who couldn't control the destination. The Duke says he never used the relic before, so he wouldn't know. All he can pass on are the words, "Return to where your soul suffered most." Looking at Tiny now, he thinks the boy came back to the moment he found his resolve, which means his future self likely expected this too. Now Tiny finally understands why he returned to the day his sister died. Then the Duke asks if he thinks his future self made a mistake. Tiny says no, he doesn't blame the Sword Emperor, and he's just grateful he got to see his sister again. The Duke says there's one last thing to confirm. If his future self told Tiny to find him, there should be proof Tiny remembers the message. Chloe's baptismal name is Lilac, because it was her mother's favorite flower. But the Duke says everyone knows that. Then Tiny reveals the hidden part, that the Duke actually dislikes lilacs. That's the real proof. The Duke bursts out laughing. He says that sounds exactly like him, using something he'd never admit to anyone as the sign. Now he knows the story is true, and he doesn't know whether to laugh or cry. At least now the missing relic finally makes sense, since it was always kept in his room. Close at hand, Tiny relaxes now that he's believed, but the Duke says there's still one more thing to check. He orders a knight to be summoned. Tiny asks why, and the Duke explains that while he believes the time travel story, he still can't fully trust Tiny himself. The boy claimed he was Tiny, one of the future's 10 knights, so now he has to prove his future self truly valued him. Later, outside the mansion, Tiny thinks this is unfair. The future Duke told him to come, and the present one answers by testing him. So Tiny decides to poke at him, and asks if he has ever wanted to know his own future. The Duke says of course he has. Tiny asks if he wants to hear about the duchy's future, but the Duke says no, he doesn't want knowledge that only brings fear of disaster. He tells Tiny never to speak carelessly about it, to him or anyone else. People grow through mistakes and failure. He says he's raised his children to face hardship without breaking, and he won't let Tiny steal their chance to grow. Even then, Tiny says he knows a little about Chloe's future, and asks how someone born with a weak body like him ever got close to this family. The Duke is shaken, and asks if Tiny really knows that little about what happens later. Tiny admits he only knows the nobles eventually fell into chaos. The Duke asks if that's truly all. Tiny asks what else he wants. The Duke reminds him he's the only ally sent from the future and asks how he's supposed to plan if Tiny remembers nothing in between. But the boy's useless memory drives him crazy. So the Duke grabs Tiny by the ear and tells him to remember fast, or he'll beat it out of him. Later that night, while reading a report, the Duke complains that it's nearly empty. He also learns there were more than 10 disasters and can't understand what they were or why Tiny is so unhelpful. The truth is, Tiny only learned a few things clearly. Most of the disasters reached him through rumors or comrades. In a grave voice, the Duke asks if he knows anything useful at all. Tiny realizes he needs to grow fast, at least until he can stand on even ground with this man. The Duke says the only solid lead Tiny gave him is about a holy warrior from the Oracle named Cromwell, who was 20 years old, so he should be found and trained. But Tiny points out one problem. Cromwell was 20 in the future. Right now, he hasn't even been born. The Duke nearly loses it, asking why Tiny keeps doing this to him, and whether this is his future self's fault or if he should just kill the boy for being no help at all. Then a servant arrives and reports that Royd has been summoned, but the Duke changes the order. Bring Drexler instead, and tell him someone needs punishment. Soon, Drexler Enon appears. He is the vice captain of the Blue-Winged Knights, a level 5 superior. He's thrilled to be called by the Duke, who greets him and says he wants the boy tested to see if he deserves his trust. Drexler is caught off guard. He didn't expect to fight a kid and starts wondering why the Duke called a vice captain for something this small. Or if he got demoted. He even pictures the mansion falling apart without him as vice captain. The Duke snaps him out of it and tells him to stop daydreaming. He makes it clear this test matters, so Drexler needs to take the boy seriously. Drexler studies Tiny and quickly notices something odd. Tiny is already level 2, even though he hasn't become a specialist yet. And he's only around 10 years old, so Drexler can't understand how that's possible. Tiny, meanwhile, asks to meet the smith who made Drexler's weapon. He even starts giving advice on making the hammer bigger. But the Duke cuts him off and reminds him to focus. If he fails, the promise is off. The Duke also tells Drexler not to hold back. Then he tells Tiny he'll decide whether to help him based on this fight. Tiny asks if that means he has to win, but the Duke says it likely won't go that far. If Tiny lands even one hit on the vice captain, he'll count it as a win. That instantly fires Tiny up. Drexler raises his weapon, Tiny gets ready, and the duel begins. As he watches, the Duke notices Tiny uses mana in a very unusual way. It's so clear and controlled that he looks like a true genius. Still, the Duke feels that's not the whole story. With knowledge from the future, someone could grow far beyond normal limits. Even so, Tiny is one who came back, so the Duke believes there must be another reason he mattered so much in the future. Then he orders them to fight seriously. Tiny calls out his spirit wolf and warns that if Drexler won't come first, he jumps onto the wolf, then charges straight in. Drexler is impressed that the kid has a spirit but says it changes nothing. He attacks without fear, yet Tiny slips past the strike, which Drexler clearly didn't expect. Tiny uses that opening and swings at him. He lands a hit on Drexler's armor, but it doesn't leave even a mark, making Tiny wonder if Drexler is built for both offense and defense. Drexler says he's enjoying this and decides to go easy so the kid doesn't die. He swings his hammer, but it smashes into the ground. Tiny narrows his focus and decides to win with speed. Drexler doesn't just wait around. He thinks the boy is gutsy, and with a heavy strike, he brings down the pillars Tiny was using to move above him. Tiny then realizes that's not all. Drexler had already moved in and barely missed him, while Tiny escaped with a last-second jump. He's shocked to see Drexler swing a hammer bigger than a sword with one hand, as if shields were meant to be paired with it, that tells Tiny Drexler leans hard into defense. Drexler asks how long he plans to keep running. Tiny keeps dodging from above, and Drexler starts to see just how slippery he is. From outside the arena, the Duke watches closely and realizes Tiny can read Drexler's moves almost perfectly. Drexler expected a simple fight against a 10-year-old. But Tiny still has the instincts of his past life. The Duke is impressed. But not satisfied, he wants to see Tinna's full ability, so he asks Drexler how long he plans to drag this out. That only irritates Drexler more. Now fully fired up, he uses his strongest skill, and the Duke instantly recognizes it as a soul weapon. That shocks him. He thinks Drexler went too far and knows he has to stop this. But Tiny doesn't back off, he charges right at it. The Duke thinks the boy has lost his mind. Their clash explodes in midair, and Tiny is blasted downward at terrifying speed. The Duke calls him an idiot, while Drexler quickly apologizes for hitting too hard. The Duke says he wanted to see Tinna's talent, not his nerve, but Tiny just smiles and says he won. The Duke doesn't get it until he looks at Drexler and sees a cut on his face. When Tiny rushed in right before Drexler's hit landed, he threw his weapon because had gotten close enough and it connected. That's why Tiny made that jump. Once he understands, the Duke scolds him, saying he could have died and shouldn't risk his life just to win. Tiny argues that he didn't die, he won. The Duke asks if he was always this reckless in his past life. Tiny says yes to him. If he didn't live like that, life would be nothing but a dark dead end. He asks if this isn't a game where winning is all that matters. He says that's how he's always lived. Then asks what the Duke thinks. Did he prove himself or not? The Duke says he'd never fight like that, but he also thinks Tiny must have had reasons in his past life to take risks that insane. Then he says he'll keep his word and give Tiny what he needs most right now. Tiny starts to thank him, but his strength gives out, and he collapses in the arena. Sometime later, he wakes up seeing the Duke. He asks where he is. The Duke says he recovered faster than expected, and reminds him they still have a lot to talk about. Tiny asks how long he was out, and the Duke says about half a day. Tiny then asks if he called any priests. Right then, the princess walks in. She says she's finished recovering and asks where he wants her to take the boy now that he's awake. She also asks if he wasn't planning to hurt him again. But her father says Tiny hurt himself, and he wouldn't harm his daughter's benefactor. Tiny is surprised to hear that, since he thought things were the opposite until now. Chloe says he was caught between life and death. Tiny just smiles and admits the Duke was right. He got too greedy. He apologizes for causing trouble. Chloe tells him he should act more like a kid. Then the Duke leans in close and says even as a child, Tiny seems to know beauty. When he sees it, he warns him not to touch his daughter. Tiny brushes it off, saying he's only embarrassed to be called her benefactor. He explains none of this happened before, and becoming her benefactor right after catching a dark mage wasn't something he expected. The Duke realizes this means it didn't happen in Tinna's past life. Chloe asks what they're talking about, but her father dodges the question, saying he'd tell her if it mattered. He tells her to focus on her coming-of-age ceremony since the preparations are nearly done and she's sure to enjoy it. Still upset, Chloe walks off looking sad. Tiny notices, but lets her go. Once they're alone, the Duke gives him one important warning. His return to this time must stay secret between them. Tiny says he never planned to tell anyone. The Duke says no one else can hear about it, especially not the priests, because the flow of space and time is part of destiny set by the Creator. Not even the goddess can touch that power. For a human to defy it is close to blasphemy. That's why Tinna's family kept Tempest hidden. Tiny asks if the goddess and the Creator aren't the same. The Duke says he wouldn't know because that truth was erased from temple scripture. But the oldest families still pass down what the real scripture said. For now, the Duke wants things left alone. He adds that the 10 knights Tiny mentioned are probably the only others who know this. Tiny agrees and says he has no plan to leave those 10 alone. He says hell become even stronger this time, and he already knows the future strategies. The Duke likes that and asks what powers Tiny used before. But before answering, Tiny asks if the Duke is going to turn him in. That catches the Duke off guard. Tiny says he should remember what he promised to give him, then calls him old and senile. The Duke gets furious and smacks him on the head. Tiny asks what that was for. The Duke brings him back to the arena, saying it's time to start teaching him. Tiny asks if he knows Tinna's real age, and the Duke says that only makes things worse. Still, he promised to give Tiny what he wants, and he also wants to tell him about visions tied to the Duke of Valencia. Then he asks if Tiny has ever heard of a force called gravity. After a while, Tiny starts getting sleepy and nods off during the lesson. The Duke wakes him with another smack, saying they haven't even really started. Tiny tells him to quit hitting him. The Duke tells him to pay attention and explains that his family's vision has 4 core parts. Mana techniques, a sword style that mixes attack and defense, a 3-step method for gaining attributes, and a 7-stage method for aura traits. Tiny then asks if it even makes sense for a Valencia to be this overpowered. The Duke proudly agrees since Tiny said he uses an offensive weapon. The Duke says he doesn't need sword training for attack. Tiny insists his great hammer beats any sword, but what he really wants is the absurd defense he saw the Emperor use. He calls that the perfect thing to learn. The Duke explains that within Valencia's vision, the real difference lies in how aura traits are gained. Tiny doesn't really get it, so the Duke says that's exactly what he's teaching now, how to gain attributes. Tiny is disappointed because he wanted defense training more, but the Duke already knows what he's thinking. Elsewhere, a group in hoods meets in secret. Their leader says Elaine is dead. The weapon meant to strike Elvenheim is gone. He says the one responsible is a child claiming to be from the Morse family. They must investigate him quietly and keep the Empire out of it. Before ending the meeting, he reminds them that Curran's mission comes first. Back with Tiny, he's covered in bruises, but learns that before he can gain attributes, he needs the right traits first. Tiny says he already has the attributes that suit him best, and asks if the 3rd stage will explode like it did in his past life. The Duke says he already checked after Tinna's body gave out in that last fight. Even as a child, he was heavier than most knights. So the Duke says Tinna's body has been shaped by the vision. Tiny doubts it, but the Duke tells him to think, didn't he wear armor in his past life? That makes Tiny remember the massive armor he used. The Duke explains that a heavier body can carry heavier armor and absorb more energy. That should slow him down, so why doesn't? The answer, he says, is gravity. If Tiny masters that trait, the heavier he gets and the more energy he stores, the faster and stronger he'll become. The Duke asks if that finally has his attention. He says this is power beyond what normal experts can match, since objects pull on each other. That makes Tiny even more curious. Still, he can't stay focused on the explanation, which only annoys the Duke more. The old man starts over, but Tiny interrupts, asking why the at all, because to him it makes no sense. The Duke gets more frustrated, but keeps going and asks why things dropped from high places always fall. Tiny just says that's how it's always been. Already fed up, the Duke says that's gravity, but Tiny still doesn't care. The Duke demands he at least try to understand, and Tiny complains that it's way too complicated. He says if he doesn't get it, then that's that. That answer finally sets the Duke off, calling Tiny a brat. He drags him to the top of a tower and dangles him over the edge by his shirt, making Tiny panic. The Duke says he'll learn by experience. He even uses ice mana to make Tiny heavier and asks again why someone this high has no choice but to fall. In a panic, Tiny blurts out, gravity, but the Duke can tell he still doesn't understand, so he lets go and tells him to feel gravity for himself. As Tiny drops, he thinks the Duke is completely insane, but he also realizes nothing is stopping his fall. If this keeps up, he's dead. So he makes a move and summons his lunar wolf. The wolf appears below, confused, just in time to see Tiny falling right at him. Feeling a little guilty, Tiny apologizes in advance and crashes onto the wolf. The impact gets softened enough for Tiny to survive. A moment later, the Duke shows up and asks if he felt gravity's greatness. Tiny says he felt it with his whole body. Pleased, the Duke says that wasn't even a deadly height. Then he asks if Tiny understands now. Tiny clearly doesn't, so the Duke says they'll keep doing it until he learns. Practice works best. Tiny hates that idea and says talking would be a much better way to learn. After being thrown from the tower over and over, he finally wakes up in bed while magic heals him. Chloe is glad he's awake and says it's amazing he already became an expert, which shocks Tiny because he didn't even realize it. He thinks back on all those falls and wonders how that even happened. Chloe says she's happy he's now her father's disciple, but still asks what kind of training he went through. Tiny doesn't even know how to explain it. Chloe just repeats how amazing it is that he reached expert rank and says she's happy a genius like him appeared in Blue Wing. Tiny asks if she should really be here though. Shouldn't she be getting ready for her coming-of-age ceremony, like her father said? Chloe gets a little flustered and says there isn't much to prepare. She only has to learn etiquette. Tiny pauses, then says she'll do fine. Chloe asks what he means, and he says the ceremony. She tells him to quit teasing. She says she'll obviously do well. That day is all about her. Then she asks if she really looks nervous. Tiny says anyone close to her can tell. Chloe says it's okay because Tiny is family now. That catches him off guard. But she explains he's her father's disciple, so they're family, and he can call her sister if he wants. Tiny definitely didn't see that coming. Chloe asks what kind of reaction that is, saying it's a huge honor since she's the Duke's daughter then since they're family. She asks him to keep a secret. Tiny says sure, and Chloe tells him Lord Drexler has been looking for him. Something Tiny had no idea about. After that, he heads back to the arena. This time, plenty of people are watching. Drexler says he heard Tiny became a specialist. Tiny says that's true, but asks why he was called here. With all the eyes on him, this clearly isn't casual. Drexler tells him not to worry and asks what he thinks about a rematch. When Tiny notices Drexler has no weapon, he wonders if it's because of what happened last time. Drexler says knights aren't supposed to lose their temper against kids. Then he says they're fighting to help Tiny adjust to his new level. Tiny says in that case, he gladly accepts and attacks right away, slamming Drexler's shield. Even through the shield, Drexler feels the hit and wonders if this is really the same boy from a week ago. Tiny moves in to attack again, then suddenly creates some space and charges back in. Unlike Drexler, he's armed this time with energy flowing through his weapon. Tiny swings. Drexler answers with a charged punch, knowing even a light hit could do real damage. Their attacks collide, explode, and blast both of them apart. Drexler wonders why Tinnis blows feel so much heavier, but quickly regains control and endures a string of follow-up attacks. As he watches, he notices Tiny is even faster than before. Tiny keeps pressing with his club, pouring energy into every strike. Even the spectators can tell how heavy it is. And somehow, Tiny still swings it with incredible speed. Drexler finally gives up fighting barehanded and tells Tiny not to hold back. Tiny says that's exactly what he'll do. Drexler rushes in, but Tiny already knows how those attacks work from taking them himself. His weapon feels light while moving, but turns crushingly heavy the moment it lands. Drexler feels that pressure and knocks Tiny back. Tiny realizes that after changing the feel of mana in his body, all that's left is using it properly in battle. Drexler sees what's coming next, but Tiny unleashes his first combat method, Lightning Hammer. When it slams into Drexler's shield, a huge blast erupts. Watching from outside, some start wondering if this is what specialist level power looks like. After that, Drexler says the match is over. Tiny thanks him for the help, and Drexler says he was still holding back. Tiny answers that he wasn't fighting seriously either. That shocks the vice captain, and when Tiny reminds him he's an elementalist and summons his wolf, Drexler realizes he never even used it. Drexler then says Tiny passed the test and welcomes him into Blue Wing. But Tiny says he doesn't want to join the Knights and asks if the Duke never explained things. Drexler wasn't expecting that and is stunned that Tiny doesn't want to become a knight. Later, in the Duke's office, the Duke admits he forgot to tell Blue Wing. He says it's better if Tiny doesn't belong to any family. Even so, he praises Tiny for doing better than expected, though Tiny, knowing what that training cost him, isn't happy about it. The Duke says they're almost ready for the first catastrophe, and Tiny asks what's still missing. The Duke says Tiny still needs a Warhammer artifact. It's a weapon filled with almost permanent magic power, and even a basic one would cost at least a knight's salary for years. Tiny asks if making one will take too long. The Duke says one has already been worked on for months. It was kept secret because it was supposed to be a reward for Drexler's loyalty. After that, Tiny goes to Valencia's top forge, Rendell's hammer, and asks for a modification. But Rendell, the dwarf smith, thinks it's ridiculous for a child to ask that. He says he'd rather cancel the deal and pay the penalty than let his work be treated like a toy. Tiny knows dwarf craftsmen care more about giving a weapon to the right owner than making money, so he needs to prove himself. He asks if Rendell thinks he's better than an average knight. The dwarf studies him closely and realizes Tiny is an expert, even though he's absurdly young. Rendell then asks if this is some kind of joke. But Rendell has a rare dwarven gift in his right eye. He can sense truth and lies through a person's emotions. After confirming Tiny is sincere, he agrees to the request and tells him to wait. When he comes back with the hammer, Tiny asks if it's finished. Rendell says not yet. It still needs impact boost, self-repair, and protection magic. Tiny asks if it can also get attack magic. Rendell thought he only wanted defense, but Tiny says no. A warhammer is already uncommon, so it'd be dumb to pass up a third circle spell. Rendell admits there is one more hammer. He says it's made from compressed black steel and covered in weight-boosting runes, but it became too heavy, So he gave up on it. Tiny loves the idea and asks what else it can do as Rendell explains the specs. Tiny gets more excited and keeps pushing to see it, so the dwarf finally brings him over. The moment Tiny sees the hammer, his eyes shine. Rendell quickly warns him it weighs over 100 kilos. Before he can finish, Tiny is already holding it even though it's heavy. Tiny can swing it, he even slams it into the floor. Shocking Rendell, it nearly wrecks the place. At that point, the dwarf can tell the boy is completely hooked. Tiny says it's a little small, but it reminds him of Nocturne, the weapon he used in his past life. Then he asks if Rendell can also adjust the dagger so he can keep using it as he grows. Rendell says of course. Tiny tells him to build a Duke double, then asks the hammer's name. Rendell answers, Stamp. When the Duke sees the hammer, he's stunned that a weapon like this even exists. He thinks it's great that Drexler will get one too. Tiny says his own hammer needs about 2 weeks of work, so he'll train until then. He says he's still nowhere near unbeatable. Hearing that, the Duke asks where that kind of thinking came from. Tiny says he picked up some Eastern words because of how he looks, and people often tell him he resembles a demon. The Duke laughs and says the boy really is interesting, and that he made the right choice. He also tells Tiny to keep using those Eastern phrases, since they make him sound less foolish sometimes. Then the Duke says that while Tiny waits those 2 weeks, he'll attend Chloe's comingafage ceremony. Tiny asks if the engagement will be announced there. The Duke says it's tied to the imperial family. How could Chloe refuse the crown prince? But Tiny reminds him the crown prince died on his wedding day, and asks if he still plans to go through with it by next summer. Every direct member of Aslan's imperial family will be dead. That will trigger the second catastrophe. The Empire, once the strongest human nation, will break apart in civil strife. The princess will be left a widow, and the only survivor, known as the heiress princess of misfortune. Even after hearing that, the Duke tells Tiny not to worry, he'll handle it. Tiny says all he knows is that rumors blame the second prince. But he died too. Then he remembers Chloe asking him to call her sister, and starts worrying about her. Even in his past life, her father never learned the truth. Everything stayed hidden. The Duke says his daughter is brilliant, but people still don't notice the light in her. Tiny says one day the whole world will, even if the Duke helped. Chloe was the one who rebuilt the ruined empire still. She never looked happy. The Duke says that for his daughter and the world, he'll choose the best path. He insists he can stop all this because he is Asgard von Valencia. Tiny says he won't stand in his way, but in the end, he'll save Chloe in his own way. That makes the Duke jealous, and he says Tiny is getting too close to his daughter. Knowing how protective he gets, Tiny quickly says he's got the wrong idea while he tries to calm him down. 2 men talk outside. One asks if all this is for the prince's ceremony. The other says everything is prepared and he's handled the details, so his partner can relax and enjoy himself. The big day has come. The blue-winged commander tells the Duke more guests arrived than expected. He says it proves Valencia's influence. His name is Janus Freewell, and he promises the day will be unforgettable. He also reports that a guest came from Octor, their infamous third son. Known as a parasite, the Octor Duchy is one of the Empire's great powers and Valencia's longtime rival. The Duke says this is the worst time for someone like that to show up, and orders them to make sure everyone remembers this is Valencia, not Octor. Janus says the needed steps are already in place, and the Duke praises him for it. Still, something else bothers him, so he asks Janus if he's hiding any illness. Janus looks confused and asks what he means. The Duke turns serious, then drops it for now. He says he just doesn't want Janus carrying the whole ceremony alone, but Janus says it's fine. Chloe is like a niece to him. The Duke remembers how little Chloe used to follow Janus around, and even thought she had 3 big brothers. Then he suddenly asks if Janus plans to marry. Janus says no, and reminds him they agreed not to bring that up again. The Duke apologizes. Janus says his lord seems off today, and the Duke says he's just nervous about the ceremony. Then he says Janus must be busy and sends him off. Janus Freewell, the boy who became commander after his father died. The Duke had asked Tiny about him before, but Tiny didn't know anything. So now the Duke wonders if Janus won't be by his side in the future, and it won't be because of illness or marriage. Janus is a 6th-level mana user. He wouldn't die in some normal fight, so the Duke figures it must be tied to the second catastrophe. At least, that's his guess. Back with Tiny, he's training and thinking about that talk about Janus. If the Sword Emperor's theory is right, there's a good chance something major will happen on Chloe's wedding day. Maybe more than one person is involved. Then Chloe arrives with Vivian. Tiny asks if she should really be out here with guests arriving and whether talking to him breaks etiquette. Vivian had warned her too. But Chloe says staying in her room is boring. She says Tiny tells interesting stories and she gets to see the lunar wolf too. Tiny offers to let her keep the wolf with her for a while and Chloe says that would make things much easier to bear. Then a man suddenly appears, calling her Valencia's angel and praising her beauty. He apologizes for being bold, but says she's the most beautiful woman he's ever seen. He introduces himself as Thybran von Rochter. Chloe is clearly shaken by the name. Thybran says his family has long competed with Valencia in friendly rivalry. Chloe stays polite and says it's a pleasure to meet him. She greets him calmly. Thybran says he hopes they can celebrate this first meeting. Chloe looks uneasy, but he tells her not to act like she doesn't know why he's here. He says he'll be her future husband, so now that they've met, they should talk, and mentions the fine wine he brought from his estate. Tiny gets furious, wondering what kind of idiot offers alcohol to a minor before an engagement is even announced. Vivian steps in and says Thybran must back away. The princess can't meet guests before the ceremony. Thybran is shocked to be stopped by a female knight and asks how a woman dares interrupt him. His guard tries to pressure Vivian into moving. He says this is a matter between young nobles. Vivian shoots back that this is far more serious than he understands. The guard says his master means no harm and has been sick for years. He asks the princess to forgive his rough manners. Thybran agrees and begs for just one chance. Watching from nearby, Tiny thinks this guy is even worse than the last fool and decides to make him pay, so Tiny calls Chloe his sister and puts on an innocent, childish act. He asks who these weird people are. Thybran instantly demands to know who this rude brat is, then orders his guard Graham to remove him. Tiny moves first and smacks Thybran so hard he goes flying while calling him trash. Graham realizes Tiny is an expert and gets ready to fight back. But Tiny slaps him too, knocking out a few teeth. People in the distance notice the clash. One noble sees a boy drop a knight with a single slap and can barely believe it. Tiny leaves both men sprawled on the ground. The noble can only wonder who that boy is. After taking that hit, Graham is left wondering how things got this bad. He remembers being ordered to bring Thybran to the princess to create a scandal in Valencia. Graham warned it would shame the Rochter family too. But his master said Thybran would soon be cast out anyway. That stunned Graham. His master added that if things worked out, it might even help that piece of trash, and told Graham to pretend he knew nothing and just follow orders. He even said he was looking forward to seeing Graham finish the job now. Back in the present, one slap was all it took, and Graham went down. From above, the noble watches a top knight and even an expert get dropped, and wonders who that boy is. His companion says Tiny isn't just a genius. He's a monster. The noble is stunned that the Duke of Valencia is protecting someone like him. He says he wants to meet the boy someday. Then he asks if Duke Alan von Rochter is really doing all this to get closer to the imperial family. His companion says Rochter clearly wants back in their good graces and is likely trying to break ties between the two families. The noble quickly understands Rochter is trying to stain Valencia's name. He points out it's been years since the Duke of Valencia became an Auror, and his companion says Alan just doesn't want to fall behind. That sounds right, so he agrees. Then he says they should deal with those fools first, since they couldn't even cause trouble quietly. But his companion says there is no need. Valencia's children care a lot about their youngest, and they're already on the way back later. The Duke tells Tiny that the Burn has already been kicked out of the Rochter family, so Tiny won't need an excuse for hitting a noble. Tiny says that's a relief, but the Duke disagrees. He calls it a mess and tells Tiny to control himself. Does he want to end up in prison before the Demon King's army even arrives? Tiny tries to defend himself, saying the two acted horribly, but the Duke says he knows in fact. He'd love to beat the Burn himself. Furious, he asks how that idiot dared enter Valencia and go after his daughter. He says the Burn got what he deserved, and Tiny wonders if this is really the same man who just told him to stay calm. Then he notices two men rushing over outside. They sprint down the hall, yelling, "How dare that bastard touch Chloe?" They swear he's gonna pay. Tiny feels like he's seen them before. Then one crashes into him and falls flat. The other stares. An expert just got knocked over by a kid when he senses Tinna's aura. He asks if he's Tiny, the same boy who fought Drexler. Tiny says yes, but adds that Drexler held back and never used his spirit weapon. They say the rumors were true, and that it explains why his father gave him his vision. They regret meeting like this, but say they're in a hurry and will talk to him later. Then they rush off after the Burn, swearing he won't leave Valencia alive, and Aaron says he wants the first punch. That's when Tiny realizes this is Aaron, Valencia's heir. That explains why he looked familiar, but Tiny still wonders who the other guy was. Because in the future, Valencia only had one young master. He starts to wonder if this is another case like Janice. The whole issue with Aslan's imperial family annoys him, because they always treated Aslan blood as the only truly noble line. Only people from that line could attend the banquet. Even Valencia was allowed to bring only a few guests. No one seemed to think about what that could lead to. Tiny knows the noble golden dragon's bloodline later froze out and died, but his thoughts are cut off. The noble from earlier appears and says it's always smart to listen for even the smallest sound nearby. Tiny asks who he is and notices the man's face is a magical fake. The noble says he hasn't introduced himself yet. He's Baron Redley von Narsa, a guest at the Princess Kamingafij ceremony. He says he heard Tiny beat a knight and wanted to meet him, then asks if he's from Valencia in return. Tiny says no. The Duke is only taking care of him for now. Redley says the Duke of Valencia has a great eye. Tiny tells him to watch his words since he's standing in Valencia. Redley laughs it off, says he deserved that, and makes Tiny wonder how old he really is. Then Redley says if they're already giving each other advice, they may as well be friends, and asks Tiny to have dinner with him. He urges him not to refuse, saying they could have fun and build a loyal friendship. Tiny considers beating him up to reveal who he really is, but remembers the Duke's warning to stay calm. Then the Baron says he heard Tiny is close to the princess and asks if he could arrange a meeting with her before he can say anything worse. Tiny smacks him across the face. Just like the others, the man goes flying and crashes right into his servant. Tiny feels satisfied and doesn't care about the fallout, but once the Baron is airborne, he realizes he may have gone too far. The servant gets furious and charges him at once, calling him insolent as he attacks with a sword. Tiny blocks with mana alone. The servant snarls that hell tear him apart. Tiny realizes this man is stronger than expected, but when he looks closer, he sees the man is using mana to control space. That makes him a challenger. The man says hell rip off Tinna's hand for his disrespect. Tiny protects himself with mana armor and calls out his lunar wolf. The servant tries to stop him, but seeing the wolf, he realizes Tiny is an elementalist. That brief opening lets Tiny strike and he lands a punch. But he's shocked right after, because the man blocks it with his forehead and doesn't move at all. Then he grabs Tiny and throws him across the area. Tiny lands safely, but the man is already coming again. Tiny turns to his wolf for help and shields himself with mana, but still gets hit. Even so, he reduces the damage. The servant praises his toughness and says he won't hold back anymore. He raises his sword to attack, then gets ordered to stop. The Baron stands back up. He says this was his fault, not the boys. After that, Tiny meets Genis, who says he wanted to meet him, just not like this. Tiny apologizes, and Genis says the Baron really did look suspicious. The Baron also asks to be forgiven. Genis says hell overlook it this time, but warns him not to forget that Valencia is not very forgiving. He also tells Tiny the man using the magic disguise had permission, which leaves Tiny feeling pressured. Genis says he expects a lot from Tiny and believes he could become someone impressive if he learns to be more careful. Then Genis says he's busy, but Tiny stops him to ask one thing. He asks about the Baron, and Genis says it's still confidential. Tiny asks if he's tied to the imperial family. That makes Genis look like he may have said too much. Tiny decides that fits, since challenger class knights are rare. Genis warns him never to repeat it, while Tiny figures the Baron must be some kind of imperial inspector, especially with Chloe's arranged marriage coming up. After all, Chloe's Kamingafij ceremony is finally here, and they'll probably announce her engagement to the crown prince a week after the ceremony. Genis thinks about Chloe not as a princess, but as his little sister. He vows to make this the most beautiful day of her life, but Tiny quickly starts getting on his nerves, because he's too busy enjoying the food to pay attention to anything else. Tiny even tries talking to Genis, but Genis stays focused on his work. He tells Tiny to slow down, there's plenty to eat. Tiny tries to answer with his mouth full, so Genis tells him to stop before he wrecks his jaw. Tiny jumps at that, but Genis just sees a growing boy with no self-control. Soon the Baron walks over again and asks if Tiny has time to talk. Since Lord Genis is so busy, Tiny is surprised the inspector came to the party and admits he was rude before he thanks him for letting it go. The Baron says it was his own fault for asking too much, and even praises Tiny for reacting the way he did. He adds that if he's rude again, Tiny can hit him. No one would dare strike back. Tiny awkwardly wonders if this guy is a masochist. Then the master of ceremonies announces the star of the event, Princess Chloe von Valencia. She enters with her family, her father beside her, and her siblings close behind her. Smile brightens the whole room. The Baron is completely taken in, murmuring that she's beautiful. Tiny doesn't like hearing that at all as Chloe walks forward. The guests call her the Angel of Valencia. Her beauty draws everyone in, but Chloe herself looks uneasy. She wonders if everything will change after today. From the crowd, Tiny watches her with concern, remembering that she once said she sees him as a brother. So he summons his lunar wolf, hoping to give her one happy moment before her new life begins. The wolf goes to Chloe and lifts her mood. The Duke and the others are startled, but Chloe simply enjoys it and gently keeps the wolf calm in her lap. Her father relaxes when he sees it's no threat. Then suddenly the wolf starts to change. Its small body shifts into its full adult form. Even then, it stays by Chloe's side. Seeing a spirit beside the princess, some guests think she looks like a goddess. Even the Baron is impressed by the wolf's true form and thanks Tiny for the perfect distraction. Tiny has no idea why this man is thanking him and finds him even stranger now. Back at the ceremony, the Duke thanks Chloe again for growing up healthy. He says that if her mother were here today, she would be proud and happy. His words move many of the guests still. Not everyone knows his story and one guest looks confused. Even so, the ceremony goes on. The Duke places a necklace on Chloe and the guests are left in awe. The master of ceremonies announces the main event. The princess' fiancé will now be revealed. The Duke then declares that his daughter's fiancé is and points toward the hall. But there's no one actually standing there. Instead, a magic projection appears to show the fiancé to everyone. He introduces himself as Bradley Van Azeren and says he's honored to be chosen as the Angel of Valencia's partner, but he apologizes for not being able to attend in person. Vivian, who is there, is shocked because this young man is the crown prince. Tiny, meanwhile, remembers that in his past life, Bradley died for nothing. Then the Baron says it's time for him to go, but Tiny grabs him and asks where he thinks he's going. He says it's too early to leave. The Baron tells him he understands his worry for the princess, but says Tiny doesn't need to worry about him. Then he tells Tiny to read the name Narsa backward. Tiny instantly realizes it's Azren. Bradley then reveals who he really is and says goodbye to the boy. Now Tiny finally understands who the Baron was all along. Worse, he realizes he once punched the heir to the throne. So naturally, he thinks he's completely doomed and even jokes that maybe he should just let the prince die at next year's wedding. Janice walks over and asks what Tiny is thinking. Tiny brushes it off, saying he's just hot. But Janice calms him down. He says His Highness already forgave him, and even if he didn't, Tiny will still be safe as long as he stays in Valencia. The Crown Prince chose this engagement himself to oppose His Majesty the Emperor, who wanted the Roctor family instead. Tiny realizes the prince is backing Valencia. Then Janice shares one more message from his master. Everything is prepared, and Tiny should meet the Duke after the ceremony. So after it ends, Tiny heads to the Duke's office. The old man thanks him, saying the spirit wolf helped Chloe relax. Tiny says it was nothing and asks if everything is set. The Duke says yes, though it's still hard to believe. Humanida's current sacred relic has vanished, and Orthos was destroyed in the great demon Kraken's attack. He asks how it could have been Kraken of all demons. Tiny says he needs to find out. The Duke tells him their deal is done and says he can pick up his weapon from the blacksmith the next day. The blacksmith explains he increased the weight and impact, added self-repair, and tuned the mana flow for Tiny. Then he admits those specs are pretty strange and asks what Tiny plans to use it for. Tiny just takes the hammer and asks to test it. The dwarf tells him to hit something with it, and Tiny gets excited. He says the weight feels just right. The story then jumps to a fight where he drops an enemy with one blow. Tiny says the hammer came out even better than expected and thinks he should thank Master Rendell for the great work. After that, the lunar wolf senses something and dashes into the forest. Tiny asks if it wants a moonlit race. He notes the wolf is in top shape. That works perfectly for him. They can reach Anaxen port in a week. Far away, one cultist reports that the Morse boy has left the duchy on a superior spirit beast and is moving 4 times faster than expected. Another asks his route. When they hear the nearest port is in Anaxen, they're stunned. Their leader, annoyed, says he'll handle this himself and orders them to call the trainer on the road. Tiny runs into an ambush and asks who these idiots are. The men take offense immediately and ask if the boy still doesn't understand his situation. They know he's expert level, but say he's only an elementalist facing 5 of their best men according to them. The kid needs a hard lesson and the Black Knights are going to teach it right then. An archer fires at Tiny. Tiny just laughs at them. He knocks the arrow aside with one hand, leaving them stunned. They thought that was impossible, but one of them yells not to panic, calling it a cheap trick and reminding them they still outnumber him. Tiny says a beating is the best cure for stupidity, and with his hammer he smashes one of them. The rest are horrified and wonder if this is what an expert can really do. The man he hit goes flying. Tiny then says real knights are impressive, but these guys are just demon followers. The leader freezes in shock, then turns and runs, saying they were not paid enough for this. Tiny has no intention of letting them get away, so he jumps off the wolf and aims to finish them all with one strike. He slams the hammer into the ground, sending a huge shock through the earth and splitting it apart. The enemies are swallowed up by the collapse. Watching them go down, Tiny says with irony that his hammer really is incredible. He decides he'll keep using it even after he grows up. Still, he can't figure out how those idiots knew where he was going and thinks he should have kept one alive to question. Then a tree crashes down beside him. Barely missing him, his wolf manages to dodge it too. Tiny then spots something enormous coming and realizes it's a 2-headed troll, furious that someone entered its territory. It charges after him, and as he gets ready to run, Tiny wonders why a high-class monster would be here. Monster classes are based on their masters, so a class 5 monster means a 5th circle mage or someone with top-tier mana is controlling it. That makes Tiny even more confused about why this troll is here, and then he tries escaping on his wolf. As he runs, he realizes someone is controlling the troll. The mage calls him trash and orders the beast to crush him like a bug. Tiny now understands a mage brought this monster here, so he tells his wolf to go after the mage and leave the troll to him. But the mage blocks that plan by using the troll as a shield. The giant keeps attacking and even tears through the trees, making things worse. Tiny realizes it's the berserk type before he can react. It gets behind him and tries to catch him off guard. Tiny barely slips away. He knows class 5 trolls have boosted strength and regeneration, but berserk mode can't last forever. He just has to survive until an opening appears. The troll suddenly spits acid, but Tiny blocks it with a shield. He also notices there are only 2 enemies, so they shouldn't be burning through mana this fast. Before he can think more, the troll attacks again. Tiny swings his hammer back because dodging is no longer possible. The hit shoves the giant back, and the moment it crashes down, Tiny jumps in for a surprise attack. He lands the blow and the troll screams. The hammer's boosted weight and impact are doing real damage. But the troll gets back up. Even with its knee injured, it keeps attacking. Tiny avoids the strikes and keeps countering because he can't give the monster time to recover. From afar, the mage watches and wonders how much longer Tiny can keep running. Sure, it'll end once he's caught. Then the fight drives Tiny into a dead end. Now he's trapped. The troll is about to crush him when the spell controlling it suddenly breaks. The mage panics as berserk mode ends. Tiny asks if he really thought there'd be no payback. He was just waiting for the right moment in the troll's frenzy. The mage never expected that much strategy from a kid, so he leaves himself open and the wolf grabs him. It mauls him and keeps him from fighting back. Tiny praises the wolf and tells it to hold the mage tight while he charges the troll. He swings with everything he has, and a huge blast erupts. When it clears, Tiny is holding both of the troll's heads. He walks up to the mage and asks if he wants to join in. After a short interrogation, Tiny learns the group's headquarters is in the Alliance's lawless city and asks if the mage's boss is the mayor there. The mage says yes. Tiny says it's definitely not those 2, leaving the mage confused. Tiny knows the wolf is a spirit beast and has an explosion spell. Then he says he can't just release a 5th-class beast taming mage and asks if they're after Curran's relic. The mage denies it, which tells Tiny he guessed right. He says he only wants one last answer, the name of the person who assigned this mission. He promises to let the mage go after that. The man hesitates, but Tiny tells him to think carefully and asks if he's ever heard of someone's head suddenly exploding. The mage says maybe. Tiny asks if he really thinks that can't happen to him just because he's in Tinna's hands now. The mage completely panics. A little later, Tiny is walking through the port city of Anaxon. People nearby are wondering who set off fireworks after seeing a huge blast in the sky. Tiny remembers the Duke said their deal was over and that he'd wait at a bar in Anaxon. After a short walk, Tiny finds it. But when he steps inside, he's surprised because he didn't expect backup. The swordsman apologizes to the boy and says the place doesn't serve alcohol to kids. Tiny notices his face looks different and stares in disbelief. He wonders if it's some kind of magical disguise, but senses no mana at all. Some drunk men mock him, saying this isn't a place for children, and even make fun of his hair. They add that every other customer already left. Still, their taunting doesn't last long. The lunar wolf scares them and shuts them up before returning to Tiny. With that, Tiny says they can't ignore him now. The shopkeeper notices the black-haired spiritualist, and the owner figures the boy must be asking for the house's special service. He quickly apologizes and leads Tiny to a private room. Once they're alone, Tiny shows his badge. The man recognizes it right away as the Duke's proof. It carries the mark of Valencia's secret group. Blackwing. They aren't just elite fighters, they're also masters of intel and connections. The man introduces himself as Jay, the commander of Blackwing. Tiny realizes that makes Jay the boss himself, and he has a question. If Jay leads Blackwing, Tiny expects him to be at least a blader, yet he couldn't sense any mana at all. Jay says he never awakened mana, and sometimes the best way to hide it is to have none. Then he switches back to the Duke's face, and Tiny is seriously impressed. Jay brushes it off as a simple disguise. Tiny says he knew something was off and asks if this kind of work isn't dangerous. Jay answers that the danger is what makes it fun. That makes Tiny think Jay has weird tastes. Jay moves on and says Gail Anderson, the tsunami mage who was meant to receive a recommendation letter, has gone missing. Tiny is stunned by that. Tsunami mage is a title for a seventh circle mage. Tiny asks if that should make him even stronger near the sea. Jay says they lost contact during his voyage, and he's been overdue for 2 weeks. Tiny says it would be hard to recommend anyone with things like this going on. But Jay says he already has a plan and tells him to meet his new identity. He shows Tiny a new crest. Tiny asks if the Sword Emperor really sent him here for this. He also asks whether Jay knows the name Hustle, but Jay doesn't seem to. Tiny says Hustle is the demon follower behind this whole mess and that he learned the name right before blowing someone's head off. After thinking a bit, Jay says it sounds like a beast or orc name and decides to remember it. Then one of Jay's servants calls for him, saying he needs to come quickly because they've arrived. Tiny asks who came, but Jay only says the big players are here and rushes out. Tiny braces for something serious. Instead, the main hall is packed with a huge party. The so-called big players are just a crowd of starving customers. The waiters look miserable from the rush. Tiny can't help wondering why this hidden restaurant is doing so well. 2 days later, aboard the ship Flaxen, the boatman says they're about to leave when a hooded figure asks if this ship is headed to Curran. A sailor notices it's a kid and asks for identification. Tiny, keeping a low profile until then, shows the Jay gave him. The sailor instantly realizes he's a noble. He wonders why a noble is traveling alone, then quickly apologizes. Tiny says it's fine. He's just a fallen noble now. Even if he still doesn't fully get the role, the boatman wishes him a safe trip. Tiny remembers Jay's story about the Moors, a noble house accused of following demons that vanished 40 years ago. Their black hair and dark eyes marked their bloodline, but too few heirs were left to rebuild the family. Now Tiny has to pretend he's one of the Moors' descendants, born after one survivor fled and had a child with an elf. He takes on the role, though even to him the whole setup feels a little odd. Then he feels something change. He quickly realizes magic is spreading through the ship. Tiny senses several presences. Even though nothing around him looks strange, he can tell there are more than one or two, and starts wondering what they're after. He even suspects they may be planning to kill everyone on board. While he's distracted, a man tries to jump him, but Tiny reacts first, grabbing the attacker's hand and snapping it to stop the strike. The scream turns every head, and the crew panics when blood starts pouring out. One sailor shouts, asking what Tiny is doing. The attacker begs to be let go. His knife drops, but Tiny flicks it up with his foot and kicks it through the air, driving the man's own blade back into him. Everyone freezes at the sight as the man drops, bleeding and twisting in pain. Tiny already knows what he is, so he feels no sympathy. Right after he dies, dark magic starts leaking from the body that shocks the others even more, and a rotten smell spreads through the ship. Then they realize the man was a demon follower. A sailor thanks Tiny for stopping him, but says he went too far. Tiny grabs that sailor's hand too and asks, almost mockingly, if this is what he meant. Then he uses the same move again, slamming the man onto the deck. Another one gets hit too. Tiny keeps going, sure there are more demon followers hiding nearby. He even swings bodies into other attackers. People run, thinking he's some kind of mad killer. Then one crew member finally realizes everyone Tiny attacked was also a demon follower. With a hard look, Tiny turns to his final target, the man posing as the ship's captain. The captain steps onto the deck and asks what happened. Seeing the bodies, he acts shocked and asks how this happened. Then he notices Tiny and even apologizes for the trouble. He claims demon followers caused the chaos and asks for Tinna's help with the investigation. Tiny laughs, calling him a fine captain and an even better actor. Then he smashes the captain with his hammer, sending him flying and crushing him on impact. The terrified crowd looks over at the body and sees he was a demon follower too. Later, in the city, someone reports the whole incident. These demon followers, they say, were behind the Flaxen operation 5 years ago. There were 5 low-ranked sailors, 2 specialist navigators, and the captain, a Blader-class knight. King Imaudvan Karen is impressed by the report. Tiny hears more speculation that hundreds or even thousands may have been sacrificed to a demon. He wonders which demon it was, since some can cross dimensions and spread their power. Those sacrifices fuel rituals, making both the demon and its followers stronger. To Tiny, anyone who gives into that is human trash. The king admits these cultists have been active for 30 years, and even he grew careless, but thanks to this spirit user with elven blood, a disaster was stopped. The king says he heard the boy's spirit can track demon followers and asks to see it. His servant warns that even if Tiny has elf blood, this is still risky. Tiny doesn't mind. He summons his spirit wolf and shows it to the king. The sight leaves the king amazed. He calls the creature incredible and magnificent now that he's seen it himself. He believes the story. He says he wants to speak with Tiny alone and tells his servants to leave, surprising everyone, even Tiny. A king meeting is rare, so Tiny grows curious about what comes next. The servants beg him to rethink it, unwilling to leave him alone with an unknown boy. But the king insists and says it won't take long. So they obey and leave. Now Tiny stands alone before the king, who says they don't have to worry about anyone listening. Then he asks if the story about elf blood is false. Already knowing the answer, he wants to hear Tinna's real reason for coming. Hearing that, Tiny wonders what gave him away. The king says age brings knowledge, and one thing he knows is that elves don't have black hair. He tells Tiny not to panic, because only his own family knows that. Embarrassed, Tiny admits the lie and says he's hunting demon followers to stop them from stealing relics and causing more damage in Kirin. The king says that does sound worthy of the Empire. He adds that Kirin is a neutral land, though it still belongs to the Union of Kingdoms. Because of that, trusting an empire that opposes the Union is not easy. He asks if that's why Tiny hid who he was, even with good intentions. In the end, the king chooses to trust him, reminding Tiny why he's called a wise ruler. The king says Tiny is a spirit user with a pure soul. That makes Tiny think even wise people can be biased. Spirit users work with Manus core and with spirits, so they're natural enemies of demon cultists. But that doesn't automatically make them good. In his past life, he knew one spirit user who was the complete opposite, and the thought bothers him. Still, he puts that aside and asks the king for a favor. He asks to be sent to the sanctuary guard, so he can help stop Kirin's disaster. The king agrees and says Tiny will also get credit for defeating the demon followers on the ship. A servant brings over a sword and a crest, but the king says he hates long ceremonies and wants to skip the formal sword ritual since Tiny already proved himself then. In the name of, he appoints Tiny von Moors as a knight. His duty is to protect the sacred relics. Tiny realizes this is the first knighthood he's earned in this life. In his heart, he speaks to his sister Irina. This is his new start, and this time he'll do better. Before leaving, he tells the king one more thing. A man named Hustle may be behind this case. He heard the name among beasts and orcs and asks if the king knows it. The king asks if he's certain. But his reaction alone catches Tiny off guard. Tiny says a fifth circle mage gave him that name right before blowing his own head up. The king tells him to leave so he can think. Far away, a mage summons a creature. Another man shows up and says it's perfect. It looks like a tsunami. Mage, the summon seems forced. And the man is Hustle. He says a child saw through the veil, so things won't go his way. Back at the king's castle, Tiny is introduced to the other knights as the one who took down the demon followers from Flaxen. Mason of the Sanctuary Guard says Tiny is half-elf, so nobody should look down on him for being young. He adds that Tiny earned his title through strength, even if he's barely old enough. The other guards are left confused, and Tiny is too. Earlier, Tiny asked the king if sending him there so easily would cause trouble in the palace. The king said not to worry. Curran's army has protected Ortis for centuries, not the relic guards. The relic has become more of a symbol, so guarding it is treated like dull work. Tiny figures this unit is where useless people get dumped. There may not be trouble from outside, but inside the unit is another matter. So he tries talking to Mason. Mason tells him they're one unit, and rank matters there before he can go on. Tiny summons his lunar wolf to put pressure on everyone. He says he doesn't know much about rank, but he does know how to burn a demon follower. Then he asks if any of them can do the same. They admit they can't, so Tiny says he hopes they all get along. Even so, he still can't stop thinking about the king's reaction, which makes him think he knows Hustle soon. A man asks if he's the elemental user who beat all those demon cultists. He walks up and says it's good to meet him, introducing himself as Truman, captain of the Sanctuary Guard. Tiny greets him politely, but after reading his strength, he realizes Truman is only expert level, pretty weak for a captain still. Truman says he heard Tiny joined by choice and asks if it's because he's interested in divine artifacts. Tiny decides to test him and see what the old man is after, wondering if he's tied to the disaster. But Truman reacts the exact opposite way. He lights up and says Tiny came to the right place, which completely catches him off guard. Truman explains that the artifacts may look like symbols, but their job is to drive away evil beings. Still, they only work in about a 1-kilometer range and usually can't block demonic energy above level 1. Even so, the more you study them, the stranger and deeper they seem. He recommends some books and asks if Tiny has heard of the promise from mythical times, saying these divine artifacts are ancient treasures humanity has protected for ages. Tiny realizes that's why he never sensed demonic energy from Truman and nearly blamed the wrong man. Truman keeps going, saying even the worst monsters are bound by the gods' artifacts. Then he notices Tiny is about to doze off, so he says seeing the artifacts is better than reading about them. The old man gets up and tells Tiny to come with him because he'll show him one in person. They head deeper into the castle, and near the door, Truman asks if Tiny knows why the Sanctuary Guard is seen as outdated. Tiny guesses it's because people think the artifacts are just empty symbols. Truman says the real reason is simpler. Then he opens the door and Tiny is stunned. They approach the divine artifact called Humanitas, and Truman explains that the artifacts don't need protection. Seeing it up close leaves Tiny deeply impressed. Truman says it floats, though nobody knows why. There's also a legend that the unworthy can't touch it, so that alone keeps it safe. He tells Tiny to try touching it, but to Truman's shock, Tiny succeeds, and more than that, Tiny realizes it's a 7th-degree artifact. A harmless mass of light whose power rejects anything not from this world. Tiny also notices the barrier is speaking since Truman can hear it too. Tiny wonders if it's because of his mana sensitivity. Then he realizes the barrier itself is also an artifact. It even moves, and Truman is amazed. He realizes Tiny is actually communicating with the artifact back at the training grounds. Truman says Tiny has a real gift for shocking people. He says he's served there for years and has never seen anything like that. Tiny thinks Truman may not be strong, but he truly loves this job and does it well, which makes him very different from the others. A little later, they run into Greg Simbo from the Imperial Order. Truman asks what he's doing there, and Greg says he didn't come for the captain. He walks up to Tiny and asks if he's the famous half-elf saint. Tiny says he's only a quarter elf and not a saint at all. Greg says he doesn't buy the story that this kid punished dark mages and demands to know how he can say that so boldly. Then he charges, saying he'll tear off the boy's mask. Tiny expected pushback anyway, so he dodges, grabs Greg's arm, and flips him down the same way he handled the men on the ship, and he slams the knight, who is twice his size, into the ground hard enough to make a loud crash. Even then, Greg won't stay down. Tiny figures if he can still talk. He went too easy, so he grabs him again, swings him around, and smashes him into the ground. Truman watches from a distance, and Tiny wonders if he should act more proper. He keeps a straight face and thanks Greg for teaching him so much, which only confuses Truman more, and Truman isn't the only one watching. Another knight sees everything from afar and is intrigued. Soon more knights come to challenge Tiny. One is Robert Dumbbell of the Imperial Knights, who heard Tiny beat Greg and wanted proof. He got it in the worst way, with a clean punch to the face. Tannen Royer and Edgar Albert, also Imperial Knights, step up next to challenge him. They have no chance, and Tiny humiliates them in front of everyone until another fighter steps in. His name is Randolph Grantius, the commander of the, and he gets sent flying too. Tiny says Randolph is at least a little less useless than the others. He spared him, so now he wants something back, a favor in return. Tiny asks if he knows someone named Hustle. Randolph says he doesn't know anyone by that name. That only confuses Tiny more because nobody he's questioned has heard of Hustle. Then another knight arrives, saying he's impressed Tiny beat Randolph. Tiny asks who he is, thinking this might be someone important or just another weak challenger. Instead, the man introduces himself as Liam von Peterson, Grandmaster of the Imperial Knights. Tiny stays calm and quickly apologizes. Addressing him as Your Excellency, Liam tells him to drop the formal talk. He says an old man like him is just glad to see such a gifted young fighter. Then he asks Tiny to duel him too, and in return he'll share what he knows about Hustle. Liam says the duel alone is enough payment, which surprises Tiny. He never expected a martial artist with challenger-class mana to ask him for a duel, much less offer the very information he wants. Liam says he'll take it easy on him, but tells Tiny to show his best. Tiny smiles. This is exactly what he wanted, and says only an idiot would refuse. He jumps at Liam at once, swinging his hammer and thanking him for the match. Liam blocks it and the impact shakes the ground. Tiny warns him that if he underestimates him, he could get badly hurt. Then Liam notices Tiny has grown lighter. When Tiny tries to sweep his legs, he can't move him. The resistance is too strong, and he realizes Liam has a stone attribute. Liam grins and says Tiny is fun to fight. Tiny doesn't lose focus. He backs off a little. He expected this. This is a defensive skill from an entry-level challenger. The heavy knight in bright armor says he's taking back his promise to go easy now that he's seen Tinna's ability. He plans to attack with full strength because that will make it more fun. Tiny feels the same and doesn't plan to hold back either. As he swings his hammer, he thinks Liam doesn't need advice on skill, maybe just more experience, and results. The way Liam shifts his weight for power and drives force into his weapon makes Tiny feel like he's the one who should be learning. Liam says genius isn't enough for Tiny. He's a monster. Tiny takes that as a real compliment since he already thinks the same. Then Liam says this should be enough. He slams the throwing off Tinna's balance and leaving him open. Tiny barely blocks, but Liam still throws him. After that, Liam says they should stop. It's gone far enough. Tiny thanks him for the duel, but Liam says he should be the grateful one. Even at his age, this was something new. As promised, he agrees to share the information. And what he says shocks Tiny. Liam admits he hasn't felt like this in years. Tiny realizes Curran wasn't lacking talent after all. Then the Grandmaster says he'll tell him what he wants to know, and Tiny gets excited to finally learn the truth he's been chasing. Liam says a man named Littman serves in the Imperial Knight Order, but only answers to His Majesty. Tiny is thrown off because he asked about Hustle, not Littman. Liam says that's all he knows, except that Littman has been traveling from place to place, so maybe he knows the Hustle Tiny is looking for. He asks if Tiny wants him to set up a meeting. Before Tiny can answer, a guard calls for him, saying the king urgently wants to see him. That completely catches Tiny off guard. He goes to the king, who says the man beside him has found the person Tiny was searching for. Then he introduces him. Lord Littman, a specialist from the Eastern Continental Road. Tiny is confused. They already found him, and he never even asked about him if this is Littman. Then Tiny wonders if he's the same man. Liam mentioned Littman greets him politely and calls him the hero who wiped out the demon followers. When Littman asks if he'd been searching for him, Tiny says yes and returns the greeting. The king can tell Tiny is acting strange. Meanwhile, Tiny thinks if the king planned this whole show, he could have at least warned him first. Littman tries to talk, but Tiny quickly says that based on how he looks, he may have roots in the Eastern continent. So when the king asked what reward he wanted, he said he wanted to visit the East at least once. Littman says the king gives rewards generously. He adds that every new route found over the last 10 years brought him favors he feels he didn't earn. Even so, the king tells Tiny not to head east yet. First, he has to keep his promise and wipe out the demonic cult's base. Tiny already planned to do that, but the king's sudden mention of the cult feels odd. Right away, Tiny grows suspicious of Littman and checks him carefully. He senses no dark aura, so Littman seems clean. If he were a cultist, the lunar wolf would have reacted already. Still, Tiny notices a strange mana, something mixed between beast and human. Remembering what Jay said, that starts to make sense. Littman says answering so quickly proves Tiny is a capable saint. The king then announces Littman will help Tiny destroy the demon followers. Littman asks what he means, since he was supposed to start searching for Sir Gale the next day, but the king orders him to drop that mission. The danger in front of them comes first, and Litman is the best man he can send right now. Litman is clearly annoyed, but even though he's worried about Gale, he accepts the king's order. Tiny keeps watching him and still feels no demonic energy, yet he becomes convinced Litman is Hustle later. He meets the king and says Litman isn't a demonic follower. The king agrees but says checking was still important. He tells Tiny to confirm it for himself. While working with Litman, Tiny asks why he didn't explain sooner, and the king says he couldn't. Tiny asks if it's because of a mana oath. The king says yes, a mana oath binds the speaker, and if it's broken, lightning strikes with power based on the oath circle. A third circle oath only causes a small shock, but it can still be dangerous for someone old and near death. Tiny asks why the king would go this far, when Litman has served him for decades and Tiny has only met him twice. The king says people of Curran's blood begin having strange warnings when they reach his age. A dream where the sacred relic disappears and demons destroy the capital. He's been seeing that same dream over and over. Then Tiny suddenly appeared and said the relic would vanish. That made the king suspicious. He says he'd love for it all to be nothing more than an old man's foolish dream. If the worst outcome is only hurting one loyal subject, then Tiny suddenly senses something change. Hustle is gone, wondering if he left the palace. Tiny jumps onto the lunar wolf and rushes out. Not even the wolf had sensed demonic energy, so Tiny wonders if the real Hustle is somewhere else. But if so, why run now? The answer feels obvious, he just needs proof. At the port, men are loading gear onto a ship. One tells the others to keep it quiet since they're working at night to avoid attention. Then a hooded man shows up. He pulls back the hood and reveals himself as Litman. But the men don't call him Litman. They call him Lord Hustle and ask why he's here early when they expected him tomorrow. Hustle says something happened, the king sent that boy after him. One sailor says Tiny hasn't been seen for a while, but Hustle says he can't read the boy. He orders them to hurry, they're leaving now. The sailors rush to finish, but then the ship suddenly explodes. It's torn apart and can't sail anymore. Tiny stands on the broken bow, asking what these demon worshippers are doing out so late. The others instantly realize it's an ambush. But before they can react, Tiny slams his hammer into the ground. Hustle sees that 4 of his men are already down. Tiny mockingly asks if anyone else wants to sleep forever. The survivors call him a monster. Hustle says Tiny may be God's follower, but he's still only expert class and must be worn out from non-stop fighting. He warns his men not to be fooled. This is probably Tiny trying to buy time and recover mana. Tiny admits that's true, then says he doesn't care. Hustle says he didn't expect Tiny to come alone and vows to kill him right there. Tiny tells him to go ahead. Then they clash. Hustle swings his sword and Tiny meets it with his hammer. He blocks the strike, surprising Hustle while locking the blade in place. Tiny orders the wolf to attack. The lunar wolf hits Hustle, drawing blood. Furious, Hustle snarls at them for daring to scar him. He says hell rip the wolf apart in front of Tinna's eyes, saying force spirit summons shock even skilled tamers. Tiny won't let that happen, but Hustle rushes the wolf first, planning to kill it before its master. The lunar wolf stands firm and takes the blows. Tiny is deeply shaken for his partner. Still, the wolf walks back toward him, hurt but ready to keep fighting. Hustle can't believe it, that attack should have crushed it, so he wonders how it resisted reverse summoning. Then he notices Tiny is saving mana by healing only the wounded spots, calling that talent terrifying. Hustle decides Tiny has to die tonight. Hustle's men won't let him fight alone and rush Tiny together, but Tiny drops them all with one hammer swing that lets him focus on Hustle again. As he moves in, Tiny calls him a mad beast man and tells the wolf they're low on mana, so it should save strength for movement only. Hustle realizes the king must have told Tiny about him and complains that the old man has no gratitude. Tiny bristles at that in a flashback. After Tiny learned Hustle had left the castle, the king warned him that Hustle had a complicated past. Lobists usually inherit land-animal traits, but sometimes mutants are born. Wolfmen kill those children at once because they remind them of the ancient sirens who rebelled against their god. Tiny asks why the king is telling him this now. The king says he once met such a mutant, one who survived and hid his true nature to live outside his village because the king needed his power. He swore a mana oath to keep that identity secret. Even revealing this much badly injures him because of that oath. Back in the fight, Hustle asks if the king told Tiny anything else. Then he starts controlling the seawater. Tiny remembers the king's warning if Hustle ever became his enemy, never fight him near the ocean. Tiny had forgotten that critical point. Now he understands Hustle is a killer whale mutant. Beside the sea, Hustle gets ready to strike. He attacks with blasts of water aimed straight at Tiny. Tiny barely dodges, but Hustle keeps firing one attack after another. Each blast grows stronger, and they keep coming right at Tiny. In the middle of it, Tiny notices Hustle's weapon gets stronger in water. Soon, one attack lands, and Hustle says it's over, but then the impossible happens. Tiny and the wolf burst out of the wave and charge again as he attacks. Tiny tells Hustle he's the one dying today, still stunned. Hustle struggles to block the non-stop assault. He also realizes Tinna's healing is unnatural. Hustle grows more frustrated, knowing help for Tiny could arrive soon. He can't drag this out any longer, so he braces himself and keeps fighting. Then Hustle backs off and Tiny thinks he's running away, especially when he dives into the sea. That only makes Tiny angrier, but he soon sees that's not quite true. Hustle surfaces again and says he's no ordinary specialist, and that Tinna's death will just be delayed a little. Then he dives again. In his whale form, Hustle moves through the water. Tiny knows he can't chase him into the ocean. Then he gets a vision. The wolf shows him something. He sees the wolf walking through the air. Tiny had no idea it could do that, and asks if it's one of its powers. The wolf confirms it. Tiny asks if it can use that now if he helps, but then realizes he doesn't know how to do that yet, and hopes for another chance. Tiny remembers Hustle saying he'd delay his death, and starts wondering what he's really up to. In a nearby cave, Hustle goes deeper inside and says everything is perfect as usual. Then he meets the wave mage. The man he's keeping locked up. The mage is furious and keeps cursing him out. Hustle asks if that's any way to treat someone helping him. Insisting he still cares about him, he warns that if the mage refuses to eat and passes out, the monster under his control could break free. Deeper in the cave is a giant sea monster that the mage is constantly holding back. It's clearly enraged by being trapped and keeps crashing into its prison to escape. Hustle calls it an amazing, precious miracle his group obtained. He says if it gets out, it will send a telepathic call to its mother, and if it dies, she'll know right away. To him, Karun's destruction is only a matter of time. Then he tells the mage that if he wants to save his hometown, he'd better work harder to keep it sealed. The mage angrily says divine punishment is waiting for him. Hustle just laughs and says he already got that punishment the day he was born, and what's coming now is just revenge. Once Hustle leaves, the mage feels a little relief. Even so, he keeps all his focus on holding the monster inside the magical cage, swearing he won't let Hustle get what he wants. Later, Tiny returns to the royal palace. Liam is with him, and the king confirms the sailors were all demon followers. When asked about the cargo, Liam says it was ritual supplies worth about half the kingdom's yearly food stock. That makes the king realize he should have doubted Hustle much earlier. Hustle once told him he would prove mutants could help the world. He was ambitious and capable, so the king can't understand why he betrayed them. Tiny apologizes but says Liam told him almost nobody knew about Litman or what he did. The king says that was exactly what Hustle wanted, since he was trying to avoid beastmen killings. Tiny argues they still should have seen it coming. People with big ambition don't stay hidden. Liam doesn't like his tone, but the king agrees and says the royal family should have noticed Litman's evil sooner. Still, he says regret won't fix anything, calling Tiny a little hero. He asks if there's any way to find the demon followers now that Hustle is gone. Tiny says yes, but he'll need the king's help for one part of the plan. After that, he heads somewhere else. He knocks on a shop door, and Jay answers that they're closed. Tiny introduces himself, but Jay doesn't know it's him because of the hood. Even so, he asks what Tiny brought with him. After hearing the story, Jay realizes Tiny ran into a demon follower who was hard even for him to spot. Now he sees why things got so messy, but Tiny says the man showed no demonic energy at all. Hustle is just cooperating with the demon worshippers. Jay says some people really do choose that path, and he's honestly stunned. Tiny came straight to him. He says he's wanted for a long time to show Tiny what the Black Wings can do. Tiny asks what if he still has that chance. Jay asks what he means. Tiny lifts one of the boxes he brought and says the king ordered him to gather every artifact left behind. He adds that if Jay really is part of the Black Wings, then they should have someone who specializes in tracking magic. This is their moment to prove themselves. Tiny tells Jay to get a tracker to inspect the artifacts so they can trace the enemy. Then he asks where that mage is and tells Jay to bring them now, but Jay says that won't be easy. Desperate, Tiny asks why. Jay explains they've tried this before, but the enemy is extremely careful and always removes the evidence. Tiny starts thinking all his effort was for nothing, but Jay says it's not hopeless. He points out that the shipment Tiny brought in is huge. No one gathers that much at once without a reason. Jay says an order that big can only mean they're getting ready for the ceremony. Tiny doesn't follow, so Jay explains that if Curran is going to burn all at once, they'll be picky about magic items, but ingredients are another story. Each ritual needs at least 3 and up to 10 ingredients, and they'll choose ones that don't attract attention. Gathering that much takes time, so if one shop in Curran sells everything they need, they'll definitely use it to save time. Tiny is impressed and says Jay's talents go way beyond business. Then a waiter comes over. Tiny asks what this is, and Jay says the timing is perfect because he wanted him to try it. It's the restaurant's most popular dish, roasted chicken with vegetables. Tiny thanks him, but tries to avoid it. Jay insists, telling him not to judge it before tasting it. Tiny carefully takes a piece. The moment he bites into the chicken, he's stunned by how good it is. He can't believe it because he never expected it to taste this good. After he finishes, Jay asks what he thinks, and Tiny asks why he isn't working as an actual chef. Jay beams with pride. 2 months later, some cultists walk down a dark alley. One asks if the place is really safe. The other says they already checked the shop owner. He did what was needed and probably only wanted money. The first asks if that means he ignored the elder's orders, but the other says the investigation is over. In a situation like this, they have to use their time well. When they enter, the shop owner greets them and asks what they need. One cultist says the store handles all kinds of goods and hands over a list, telling him to bring everything on it. The seller checks it and thinks they have no idea he's working with Tiny. Earlier, they moved all the boxes Tiny brought and arranged them to make the place look like a real general goods shop. Jay thinks their 2 months of effort are finally paying off and tells the men he'll get the items right away. He just asks them to wait a moment. The more nervous cultist asks if this is really okay, but his partner says the first elder told them to handle it this way, it saves time, and he's sure the elder will be pleased. Then both men freeze when someone else walks in and says, "This story sounds interesting." The two are shocked to see the elder and ask how he got there. Jay realizes they're connected and starts wondering what's going on. The elder says he can't just sit back anymore and watch useless people fail at important work. The two quickly turn terrified. One of them even tells the elder not to worry about the shop owner's identity, because he already arrived. That still doesn't save him. His leader kills him on the spot. With his last breath, he begs the elder to forgive him. Then he dies. The survivor is ordered to clean up the body, while the elder casually apologizes to the shop owner for the mess. Still, he admits something about the timing catches his attention. It feels like too much of a coincidence. Then, just like he did to his own man, he hits Jay with magic and watches him suffer. Later, Jay wakes up to Tiny trying to help him. Tiny asks what happened. Jay says he just got lucky, though Tiny still doesn't get it. When the elder attacked, Jay realized right away he couldn't use any mana at all and knew that had saved him. The elder looked around and commented that the shop was quite nice. Then he pulled his magic back from Jay. Even so, Jay was left on the floor in terrible pain. The elder tossed a bag of money onto the counter, saying it should cover everything, but warned Jay to keep stocking certain items. He also threatened him if he told anyone what happened, he wouldn't recover so easily next time. After explaining all this, Jay says he was lucky he still hasn't awakened mana. Tiny asks if the elder just walked away after that. Jay says yes, the man clearly believes he can kill him whenever he wants. Tiny points out the elder ignored Jay because he isn't a mana user and even left signs behind. That means they should bring in someone who can track magic, but Jay is still worried about one thing before that. He wants to confirm something. Tiny asks what it is. Jay says this may be even more dangerous than Tiny thinks. The pressure he felt was like when the Duke trained him, the same kind of overwhelming aura he sensed from the Dark Mage, so Jay thinks the Elder may be on the level of a 7th Circle Mage. Tiny says it doesn't matter how risky it is. He still has to act, and even if the plan fails, hell make it work somehow. Jay says that sounds exactly like Tiny, and now he understands why His Excellency praised him so much. Then he stands and says hell trust him. A month later, Tiny has tracked the demon worshippers' movements and believes they'll hold a major ritual on a nearby island. In a few days he plans to raid it with Blackwing. He has already reported everything to the royal family and is waiting for backup. The Emperor has sent reinforcements too. Then Tiny notices someone coming. The senior knight says several knights are currently on leave, including Lord Lamb. Tiny asks if he and Lord Lamb are close. The knight says they're friends and often drink together. He asks if Tiny wants to join them for dinner sometime. Tiny politely turns him down. The Grandmaster then asks if he'll be taking a break too, and Tiny says he will soon. The Grandmaster realizes there's no changing his mind, so he simply tells Tiny to rest well, and Tiny thanks him. A few days later, when the operation begins, some knights say the main members of the order are away, so they can't let this chance pass. Tonight, they'll take the relic. But Tiny was already waiting, saying their vacation plan was clever still. Their filthy behavior was too obvious. Then he looks at one man in particular and says he didn't expect to see him there. Grandmaster Truman Tiny asks him to explain himself. The others snap back that Tiny is just an outsider. So what does he know to accuse the Grandmaster? They say Truman trained many royal knights and helped rebuild the Order of Knights, so what's wrong with him taking on the duty of protecting the faith? Tiny asks if Truman really came from the Order. Truman says that was long ago. Back then he quickly realized his limits because one of his comrades was an Ancient Generation genius, so he tried to earn recognition through hard training, but all he got was an empty barony and an order sending him away. He says it was deeply unfair, and even the current king did nothing about it. The only one who reached out was Lord Littman. Another man looked down on for his background. He gave Truman a new purpose, a world that valued knowledge, not just personal strength. Together, they dreamed of building a new kingdom. Tiny asks how he plans to build a new kingdom while helping demon worshippers. Truman answers that it's far too late to turn back now. Then they move to seize Tiny. Tiny says that's fine by him. He swings his hammer, and Truman is shocked to see the others go down so easily. Tiny says this is better soon. Only Truman is left. He reaches toward the fallen men, still unable to believe what happened. Then he says hell, finish this fast, and throws out a sphere. Tiny blocks it with ease, sending it flying back the other way. It starts breaking apart, and Tiny realizes it contains dark magic. The sphere bursts, spilling something into the air, and Tiny braces himself. But this is no normal weapon. It twists into something far worse, then becomes a creature, a demon. Staring at it, Truman can't understand how a demon came out of a holy relic, but he gets his answer first. The demon attacks him before anyone else. It grabs him and crushes him, feeding on his blood. Truman screams in agony. Tiny tries to save him and slices off the demon's arm, but the severed limb crashes down and slams Truman into the floor. As he dies, Tiny asks where he got that sphere. Truman says Lord Littman gave it to him and told him to use it only in an emergency. Losing its arm sends the demon into a rage, and Tiny notices it trying to fuse with the sacred barrier. He thinks there's no way Truman and the others didn't know this would happen. Still, he tells Truman to stay alive. He still has a lot to answer for. Then Tiny sees the demon moving toward the barrier. He has no intention of letting that happen, so he charges in with his hammer and drives it through the demon's abdomen, blasting it back into the wall. Tiny goes in for the killing blow, but the demon spreads its wings and escapes, leaving Tiny furious. The monster gets even closer to its goal. Elsewhere, near a boat, Tinna's allies finish shutting down a ritual. A hooded man says it looks like the same ritual is happening on other islands too, and asks his partner if he knows what kind it is. The other man says it's a large-scale concealment spell. The hooded man asks what that means. His partner says he's not sure of every detail, but they need to move quickly because if this is concealment magic, then the real target must be Corin. At once, the hooded man realizes Tiny is in danger. Back with Tiny, he grows alarmed as the demon nears the barrier, but he knows protecting the mission comes first. So he rushes to stop it right before the demon can touch the barrier. Tiny slams into it at full speed and cuts it off, determined to keep it away from that power source. He orders it to get its hands off the barrier, then smashes its head with his hammer. The hit drives the demon into the ground, and it roars in rage. Still airborne from the force of his strike, Tiny uses the opening and goes for the final blow. This time, the hit shatters the demon to pieces. Tiny says he didn't know a demonic beast at this level could move like that inside a sacred barrier, and realizes the demon worshippers are using much higher magic than he expected. Then he notices Truman is gone. Tiny takes off after him, saying the old man was spared and paid him back by running. He refuses to let Truman escape, so he follows the blood trail with Wolf right behind him. Truman is limping through the sewers. He can barely move because of his wounds, but he knows there's a hidden passage nearby and struggles toward it. As he reaches the door, he remembers the demon and thinks not even Tiny could have beaten it. Believing he's about to die, Truman wonders if this is really what he wanted, sacrificing his own men for a foolish dream. Even the sacred relic that once comforted him may truly be gone now. But Tiny arrives before he loses consciousness. Truman is stunned. He never thought Tiny could defeat that monster. Tiny asks why he looks so shocked. Is it because he's still alive, or because he found the secret passage Truman hid with magic? Truman realizes this boy truly is fearless. Tiny, meanwhile, is surprised Truman built a place like this under the Capitol without anyone noticing. Truman says it really does seem to be his end, but Tiny says not yet. He still needs answers, and asks what the cultists are planning. Truman doesn't know that, but he does know one thing. He forces himself up and tells Tiny, "Don't forget Sock." Tiny didn't expect that answer, and before he could ask more, the old man dies right in front of them. Tiny sees he had already reached his limit. He says if the old man had never joined the demon cult, he wouldn't have ended like this. A moment later, his wolf arrives, and through their link, Tiny senses a huge mana source behind the door, so he decides to open it and check for himself inside. A man is lying on the floor. Tiny recognizes him as the Wave Mage, but when he gets closer, he realizes the man is already dead. Then he wonders what his wolf actually sensed. Looking deeper inside, he finds a baby kraken and can't understand why an ancient monster is here. Then something pushes into his mind, and telepathic memories flash before him, leaving him confused right away. He says this is exactly what he'd expect from a Wave Mage. Even in death, the man was still protecting Corin. Then Tiny feels a dark presence closing in. Packed with overwhelming energy, he figures it's on the level of a glutton. There isn't much time left, but he knows 2 spells still need to be finished. First, he pours mana into the spell that had stopped working. A beam of light shoots up, lighting the sky so clearly it can be seen from far away. It forms Gale's message overhead. The king sees it and is stunned, unsure what it means, until his son arrives. Henry von Corin says they're in serious trouble, a giant tsunami is coming, and a normal evacuation warning won't be enough. He urges his father to declare the highest alert. The king thinks that if this really is the Kraken, even the sacred relic may not stop it. He wonders if this is truly the end of Corin, until Tiny appears and asks if he's already given up. He walks in carrying the mage's body. A servant snaps that this rude brat shouldn't be there, but the prince recognizes the corpse and asks if it's really him. Tiny says it is Lord Anderson. He fought for Corin to the very end, and died doing it. When the prince asks who could kill a 7th circle mage, Tiny says Anderson was caught in the plot. The prince is furious that Corin has lost its last pillar, but Tiny says there is still hope. Even now, Anderson left them something behind. Because he cared for the kingdom, he left the shield that can save Corin. The prince is shocked, but the king says that even if Gale had a plan, Corin may still fall. He explains what he couldn't say before. The barrier has limits. The sacred relic can stop monsters, but against a top-class demonic creature like the Kraken, it may do nothing. The prince says the Kraken is only a legend and asks if the king truly believes it's behind the tsunami. Before the king can answer, Tiny says the sacred relic will work. He tells the king to remember the promise from the mythological age. Sacred relics are treasures passed down since ancient times, and anything made by divine power is affected by them. Even monsters. The Kraken came from that age and was created by the gods, so if the promise holds, it can be stopped by the sacred barrier. The king agrees. Since the Kraken isn't like other monsters, it might work. He orders everyone to be gathered inside the palace at once and calls for every mage who can help hold back the tsunami. If the palace overflows, they'll use the nearby mansion and send the rest to the continent by ship. He adds that the imperial family will provide whatever is needed, and everyone must be evacuated. But then a servant rushes in with terrible news. All the ships have been destroyed at the port. Not one vessel is left. The cultists made sure of that. One of them reports to the elder that every ship is gone. The elder says all escape routes are now cut off, then asks about the invisibility magic circle. His subordinate says they heard a knight reach the barrier, and after that, contact was lost. The elder quickly realizes the imperial family is onto them, so he orders every reinforcement they can spare to buy time. Still, he doesn't think this is all bad. Fighting a challenger opponent inside the sacred barrier would be hard even for him without the barrier knight. Things get easier now the stage is set. Chiron won't be able to stop the coming tsunami. The imperial mages have already drained themselves trying to hold it back, and in that chaos, the cult will unleash the sea's disaster. The imperial bloodline and the light of the sacred relic will be cut off, and Chiron will fall. The elder tells his followers that after all this time, they can finally spread Malone's name across the world. 2 days pass, and much the city is already underwater. The king says everyone is exhausted from holding back the tsunami. Tiny tells him he looks terrible and needs rest. But then Tiny feels something wrong himself and drops to one knee. The king worries about him. Tiny insists he's fine, he just thinks it's finally here. Then people spot something approaching. It rises from the water. The ruler of the deep reveals its tentacles. A monster terrifying enough to decide Chiron's fate. A kraken tentacle swings toward the city, and the people break into screams and panic. Even the officials struggle to accept that they're really facing a kraken, until Tiny steps up to the king and says he carries Knight Anderson's legacy. Then he climbs onto the lunar wolf and rushes out. The king tells him to be careful. Tiny leaves with the baby kraken in his arms. As he goes, the king remembers Anderson's last words. The mage had apologized for leaving first, but said he served his country to the end and left something behind, hoping it would reach the king. Tiny closes in on the enemy, and seeing it up close leaves even him impressed. But as the kraken tears through the city, he realizes it's still too far away to hit, so he asks the lunar wolf for an idea. The wolf sends him a vision, and Tiny feels a familiar power rise again, now stronger. He's ready to fight. He enters Spirit Tamer Stage 3, deepening his bond with the wolf and boosting his strength. Tiny says the power feels unbelievable, and now he can close the distance. The moment the kraken notices him coming, it roars in rage. The sound alone hurts Tiny and the wolf. He's using the baby to draw in the mother, but from her reaction, he realizes she may think he killed it. Even so, he decides to press closer. The mage had marked the baby with their image, so even if the kraken isn't as smart as the legends say, it should know who really killed its child. Once he's close enough, Tiny makes his move. He throws the baby far away, forcing the mother's attention onto it. The baby is still under the mage's spell, and the mother kraken scoops it up. From a distance, Tiny wonders if the plan worked. Then the kraken erupts in fury. Even Tiny is shaken by how enraged it is, but before anything else, a tentacle lashes out and smashes the building he was standing on. Tiny barely escapes alive. But the wolf is hurt, and he realizes everything may have been pointless with the wolf no longer able to shield him. Tiny starts falling, until an ally appears and saves him. The newcomer catches him midair, dodges a tentacle by inches, and carries him off. Then Tiny realizes it's Grandmaster Janus. He asks if Janus should really be here when he has duties elsewhere, but Janus tells him not to. The Emperor gave the order himself. Tiny warns this could cause political trouble if he meddles in Corrin's affairs, but Janus says he's disguised, so it won't matter. He's posing as a young challenger rank knight with 2 elements, silverlight mana, wind, and ice. A knight like that is anything but normal. Janus notices the kraken has suddenly gone calm, and asks Tiny if he knows why. From a distance, Tiny spots signs of the demon cultists. When he gets closer, he confirms it and wonders why they're there. He remembers the kraken's last attack and starts to think it may have been aimed at the cultists, not him. If that's true, then his plan and Anderson's final gift worked. But then the female kraken grows wild again, shocking both of them. Tiny can't see any cultists nearby, so he knows he needs more information. He asks Janus what happened to the magic ritual. Janus says it was a linked magic circle filled with demonic energy, and he and Jay destroyed most of it. Tiny knows he's the only one who can tell the cultists apart, and that this matters if they want the sacred relic to work. So he gathers what strength he has left and tells Janus to take him to the sacred relic. Using the ability he got from the wolf, he plans to identify the real targets. Soon he spots the cultists moving through the city and charges after them with the wolf again. Janus follows and asks if it's really okay to leave the kraken alone. Tiny says the cultists are after the sacred relic, and protecting it comes first, because only then will the promise from the myth age still hold. The kraken keeps getting more violent. The people watch in horror as it comes closer, while guards stand around the sacred relic. Then they hear a sound coming from it, though some still think they're safe. The castle grounds are locked down. The guards know they have to hold this place. Then someone approaches, and everyone tenses up. A cultist steps forward and says the concealment spell barely worked, probably because of the barrier. Another says it doesn't matter even inside the barrier. Crushing a few insects will be easy. Their leader decides to seize the guards by force. He casts his spell to control them, and the guards are terrified. They can't resist the darkness pressing down on them. The cult leader is clearly pleased. Close by, Tiny and Genis reach the relic, but a group of cultists spots them and is told not to let Tiny get any closer. Tiny groans that he already has enough to deal with, but Genis steps in first. He moves to clear a path for Tiny, so he attacks from range, keeping the cultists away from him. Just what you'd expect from the Northern Wind Knight with incredible speed. Genis throws them off balance, then he asks how these enemies can even touch the relic. They shouldn't be able to get near the barrier. Tiny says they may not be normal demonic cultists. He's seen something like this before. Even so, it's still disturbing, and with all the chaos they've caused, this may not even be the worst outcome. Genis asks what he means, but before Tiny can answer, someone shows up. It's Lord Liam coming to help. He asks Tiny what kind of mess the world is in now. Tiny starts to explain, but a Kraken attack cuts him off. He wonders why it changed so suddenly, then sees the reason right away. A group of cultists appears near the relic. Worse, they come out carrying the sacred object. They've taken the relic's core and sealed it with dark magic. Tiny realizes they're stealing the relic, and that's why the Kraken attacked. The promise of the mythological era has been broken. Genis says this really is the worst-case scenario. Along with the Kraken, 7 circle dark mages appear. Their leader says Tiny came back sooner than expected, and this lineup is interesting. The descendant of Morse, plus 2 challenger-ranked knights. He doesn't know who the last one is, but he's sure that man ruined their great plan. Then the cult elder declares hell kill them all here. He unleashes Black Thunder, aiming straight at Tiny. Genis sees how dangerous it is, and decides to step in. Tiny tries to stop him, but then notices Lord Liam has moved to shield him too. The elder mocks them for struggling for nothing. Still, they stand their ground. Tiny knows they can't hold out long. He has to get the relic back. He also notices the one carrying it is gone, then spots him fleeing through the air. Tiny takes off after him with the Lunar Wolf, shouting for him to give the relic back. The elder refuses to just watch and tries to help his ally with magic. Seeing that, Genis worries about Tiny and rushes to help. He breaks free of the dark magic, which impresses Liam, especially since he counterattacks a 7th circle dark mage head-on. Genis draws the Sword of Valor in its first cutting form, and uses Frozen Blade Song. He feels how tough the enemy's defense is, but keeps pushing until he breaks through, because protecting Tiny matters more than anything else. That was the Emperor's direct order. If Genis couldn't trust Tiny, then he was told to trust his Emperor, so he won't disobey. He tells the Elder that he's the real opponent. Liam adds that he shouldn't forget him either. The Elder says they're throwing their lives away, but Genis only tells Tiny to focus on the real mission. Tiny obeys and keeps chasing the relic. Now facing 2 challenger-ranked knights, the Elder wants to see if they're the real deal, so he gets ready and fires Black Thunder again. Both knights brace themselves, taking the dark magic head on. Liam breaks free first, then he rushes the enemy, his sword charged with power. He strikes the dark mage, whose attack tears through everything around them. The Elder admits Liam is skilled, but says his power won't work on him. Liam is shocked by how easily he blocked it. The Elder asks if Liam really thought he could fight him without a barrier, but while he's talking, he misses Genis coming up behind him. Genis lands a clean hit, sending him flying. Genis says they only endured this long because of Tiny. Liam says he never expected Knight Tiny to have a friend this strong. Genis answers that it's something like that, but the Elder comes back, now aware his magic is ice and wind. He says he knows who he's facing now and won't waste more time. He calls Genis a dog of Valentia. Genis already knew he couldn't hide his identity for long. The Elder says that since Genis came all this way, hell kill him personally. The 2 knights get ready as the Elder charges his next attack. Then he strikes to kill, releasing a huge blast of dark energy. The knights know they can't it and tense up for what's next, so they dodge instead, watching it rip through everything behind them. Genis realizes how destructive this power is and decides they must move before the Elder attacks again, but then he notices something. The Kraken is suddenly right in front of him, ready to strike. A tentacle slams down. Back with Tiny, he keeps chasing the thief with the sacred relic. Tiny finally goes in for a hit, but the enemy slips into the water. From below, he calls Tiny an idiot for picking another fight in the ocean, revealing himself as Hustle. Tiny asks if he's really that sure, then tells him this time will be different. Hustle says he's welcome to try. Tiny raises his hammer, and Hustle says the ocean will be his grave. He attacks with water typhoons, but Tiny doesn't panic. He turns the fight around, and Hustle doesn't even notice. A moment later, Tiny appears above him, leaving Hustle confused. He wonders when Tiny learned that move. Tiny says now it's his turn and charges. He slips past the incoming attacks, and instead of heading straight for Hustle, he dives toward the sea. Hustle decides that if it's come to this, he'll die in his whale form if that's what it takes to protect the relic. But Tiny appears and asks where he thinks he's going. He smashes the whale in the belly with his hammer. At once, the relic is exposed, and Tiny rushes to grab it. But the enemy, still in whale form, swears he won't let Tiny leave with it. Then he sees Tiny closing in, saying this time they'll finish it properly. Tiny uses Thunderstrike and lands a direct blow on the whale, making Hustle spit blood. The force drives him back into the sea. Whale form Hustle crashes into the ocean, and Tiny boasts that he got the relic back. But the Kraken appears again, stopping his return. Tiny realizes that now he can't restore the sacred relic before Korin is destroyed. So before that happens, he has to stop the Kraken. Tiny fears the city is about to fall, but he knows he must stop the Kraken and secure the relic. The demonic energy is so overwhelming it feels like his head will burst, so he removes the seal from the relic's core and orders the ancient beast to stop attacking. Innocent people are dying, but the creature answers that it doesn't care. It says it's only doing this to wipe evil from the world. It also says there is no relic anymore, and killing a few humans doesn't break the contract, but Tiny keeps trying to reason with it. He begs the Kraken to stop. The monster calls him the human bound by the alliance contract. It knows Tiny wants peace, but asks if he understands the pain of losing a child. Tiny feels rage in the mother Kraken's demonic energy, but sadness too, so he promises to find whoever killed her child and asks her to trust him. He tells her to stop attacking now. Even then, the mother says it won't be easy with the power of the man's relic ability. Tiny insists hell make it happen no matter what. At that, the Kraken says she'll lend him some of her power so he won't fail her attack. Stop. Back to Janice. He and Liam are recovering from the fight. Janice says he was lucky not to die for a moment. He really thought that was the end. Liam says there is good news, pointing out that the Kraken's tentacle is pulling back. Under it lies the enemy who took the direct hit. The Elder says those two never quit. But neither does he, and he gets ready to keep fighting. He gathers dark magic, then triggers a huge explosion from above. Janice says the demonic energy is massive and spreading fast. From overhead, the Elder declares hell burn everyone with absolute darkness. The Knights sense something different and pull back. Seeing that, the Elder mocks them, calling them pathetic, but he doesn't notice a tentacle coming in, and it slams into him again. When the tentacle lifts, the Elder realizes 2 direct hits in a row can't be chance. Then a third attack comes, and the Kraken smashes him away again. Watching this, the heroes realize the creature is targeting him and wonder why. Even from a distance, the Kraken's rage is clear, and the Elder starts to realize it's all aimed at him. Not just through physical attacks, but through demonic energy tearing into him too. The heroes quickly notice it when Liam sees that dark power spreading. He tells Janice to run, but Janice stays put, leaving Liam confused. He explains that the energy is only hurting the Elder, not them. That means the Kraken knows exactly who the real enemy is, and Tiny must be involved. As for the Elder, he's basically being tortured, and he decides that if it's come this far, he may as well end it now. Then something strange starts to happen. Liam asks what that sound is, and soon they spot roots growing fast from them. A giant man-eating plant bursts out and attacks the heroes. Right away, Janice and Liam block the assault, but the roots begin wrapping around them. At the same time, the Elder is still screaming in pain. When the plant suddenly grabs him too, Liam is stunned by what he sees, and right after that, the plant retreats, not wanting the Elder to get away. Liam breaks free from the roots and then helps Janice escape too. With both of them free, the chase is back on. Liam says he can't let the Elder reach the castle, so he and Janice rush after him and storm in at full speed. But the moment they get there, they find everyone turned into zombies. The guards have been brainwashed, and now they attack anything in sight, starting with Liam and Janice. They're following an order from the great man. The elder reveals himself and says the two of them ruined his great work. Still, he hasn't lost everything. He says he can at least finish one goal and taunts them. If they want to chase him, they'll have to fight these innocent soldiers first. That makes both heroes hesitate, and they start wondering where the Emperor is. Liam says the Emperor could be in danger and swears he'll protect his honor no matter what. He tells Janice to go easy on the soldiers, then charges in without holding back. Janice points that out since they were supposed to be careful, but Liam says he's using the flat of his blade, so none of them will die. Then he says he has to reach the Emperor and tells everyone to move aside. Janice watches and figures Liam has things under control. Near the Emperor's chamber, the elder cuts down the personal guards without mercy. He complains that those in his way delayed him and says he at least has to hurry now to reach the precious imperial family. The Emperor finally realizes this is the mastermind behind everything. The elder answers that, as a reward for figuring it out, he'll end the current imperial bloodline today. But someone steps in, saying the elder will die first. The old man notices a knight has already closed in and scoffs that such attacks won't work on him. But Janice's move distracts him, long enough for Liam to strike from behind. Liam quickly apologizes to the Emperor for being late. The Emperor is relieved to see him alive, but the elder gets back up at once and says that only means more corpses. He tells them they're about to watch their own deaths come closer. Liam is shocked the elder still has that much power and realizes that even if he dodges, the Emperor won't. There's only one thing left to do, so he apologizes to Janice and pulls him in like a human shield, saying he'll do anything to protect his majesty. Still, he covers Janice's body with armor first and the two take the hit heed-in. Liam remembers being named leader of the Imperial Knights by the Emperor himself when the dust clears. Liam blames himself for slowing down and thinks that if he were stronger, he wouldn't need like this. Then a voice tells him that demonic power slips into weak minds. It's the Emperor. And he tells Liam not to give up. Even he, after making so many wrong choices, refused to quit. Seeing the Emperor using healing magic, Liam tells him not to overdo it and says he already feels better thanks to him. Janice gets up and tells Liam not to ignore him. He asks how someone who came to help ended up as a shield and says he won't forget it. Liam promises he'll make it up, but first, they need to finish the elder. Furious that they survived, he prepares another attack. Janice says they'll only get one shot, so they have to break the elder's magic. The elder declares this is the end, but Janice answers with the swordsmanship of Valencia. He gathers power for his strongest move and launches several magic swords at the elder using Madmind's melody. The elder is stunned that a mere challenger managed to hit him, but then he realizes that wasn't the whole attack, because Liam is already behind him. Ready to strike, Liam unleashes his ultimate technique with the imperial swordsmanship of Corrin, Stone Thunder, and throws his sword. It lands cleanly, followed by a massive explosion. Soon the prince asks if it's over and the Emperor says things look favorable, then collapses from exhaustion. They realize the Emperor has fainted, but Janice spots an even bigger problem. He picks up a severed arm and says all they really did was tear the elder apart. The elder still managed to escape, badly injured but alive while fleeing. He runs into someone else from above. Tiny rides in on his lunar wolf and asks why the old man has the sacred relic instead of his subordinate. The elder falls into despair. He can't understand why the shadows aren't answering him, especially since this mission used a third of their whole force. And now he's badly wounded too. At last, he comes face to face with Tiny and sees the relic in the boy's hands. A magic prison forms around them. Tiny asks what the elder thinks now that relic is back in his hands. The old man says he doesn't care how Tiny reclaimed it because it no longer matters. He attacks at once, but Tiny orders his wolf to strike back. He doesn't stay on defense and rushes straight at the elder. Seeing that, the old man is thrown off. Tiny uses the Iron God's armor, getting heavier as he gains speed, then lighter when he jumps with that iron body. His blow hits even harder. He slams into the elder with ease. The old man can't believe it, watching Tiny break through his magic barrier. Tiny says he's not just breaking through, he's gonna crush his skull. He calls his lunar wolf and the two charge again, making the elder even more terrified. With his defense gone, he's wide open and soon takes a direct hit from Tinna's hammer. The elder rages at this, while Tiny notices how much weaker he's gotten and gets ready to hit him again. But when he looks closer, he sees the elder breaking the magic field around them. On top of that, the old man is charging another attack using every bit of dark power he has. He forms a sphere of demonic energy and says Tiny forced him to use this, so now hell show no mercy. The elder's body starts falling apart, and Tiny realizes this is a human sacrifice attack, made of pure, dark energy that keeps growing faster and faster. Before firing, the Elder calls Tiny trash, then gathers even more power and swears he'll burn him in the most painful way possible once the energy is fully charged. He launches the attack at Tiny. Tiny feels the dark energy closing in behind him and realizes a long-range barrier won't help against the Elder. So he uses the anomaly the relic taught him only superhumans can do something like this. But Tina's soul alloy is energy itself. Then the dark power hits him. The Elder cheers. Sure, he's won, but that confidence vanishes fast. Tiny is still there, holding the relic in his hands, shocking the Elder all over again. Tiny used a compressed barrier to slip past the attack. The Elder sneers that Tiny is only a specialist and mocks him for still failing to land a real finishing blow. But Tiny doesn't waver. He sees his chance to strike back and takes it right away. With his hammer, he lands a blow that shakes the Elder's whole body. Tiny checks to see if his plan worked, but the Elder still endures and grabs his arm. He says he can't accept this and will have to study Tiny piece by piece, but he can't understand why the boy is smiling until he looks back and sees a Kraken tentacle coming. He tries to flee the impact zone, but Tiny grabs his leg and stops him. The Elder snarls that Tiny will die too if this lands. Tiny says that's fine, as long as the Elder dies with him. That's when the Elder understands he's really about to die. The Kraken strike hits him head-on, burying him under shattered ground. Tiny is sent falling out of mana and unable to call his lunar wolf. Even with iron armor, he knows this drop should kill him. He refuses to end like that, but the Kraken catches his fall with its energy. Tiny finds it creepy and comforting at the same time and wonders if the Kraken's power is really demonic at all. Safe at last, he hears the Kraken thank him, saying that through Tiny it was finally able to awaken its resentment. Tiny is glad he could help and tells it not to worry afterward. The Kingdom of Korn announced it had nearly fallen to demon worshippers, but a young hero saved them. That same boy crushed the enemy and sent the Kraken back to the sea. The king thanked him deeply and gave him the title of Radiant Knight. 3 months later, Tiny seemed like a completely different person. Janice walks up and asks if this can really be true, because the Tiny he once knew is clearly gone. Janice says Tiny has changed a lot in only 3 months. Tiny says it's thanks to a secret technique. He used to focus on getting stronger for a while. Janice says it's still amazing, then points out how quiet everything is. Tiny figures it's because the coronation is close. Janice says they should head there too since it's a big event, and asks if Tiny wants to walk first. As they walk, Janice mentions the place was fully rebuilt while he was recovering. Tiny asks if he's really okay to be up and walking already. Janice says his injuries caused a post-rebound effect, but he's almost completely healed now. He adds that he doesn't need to stay in bed anymore. As long as Knight Liam doesn't use him as a shield again, then he asks if Tiny is alright. After all, Tiny pulled power from the sacred object with only a specialist class body and fought someone far above his level. Janice says that kind of fight should have wrecked his body, but Tiny says he feels fine, except like his will and movements still don't match. Janice warns that it's probably a lingering effect and tells him to rest more, but Tiny says he's nearly recovered. That shocks Janice because Tiny should have been badly hurt, yet he's basically fine. Tiny admits he actually gained something from it. He learned how to use soul power. While trying to heal his drained body by filling the empty space with his soul, he accidentally awakened it. It responds to mana, but works in a totally different way since it replaced his lost mana and stamina. The aftereffects stayed small. And even without mana, he can do this now. He sets off a small burst in the sky to show it, saying he never knew this kind of power existed. He's glad he didn't give up, because this power opens a new path. Tiny thinks the legend of the Aura Master controlling the soul might really be true. Janice says he's relieved Tiny is fine, so now he wants to hear his choice. Tiny asks what choice, and Janice says it's about where they go next. The Emperor wants them sent to Elvenheim right away, but Janice wants to visit the imperial capital and attend Valencia's celebration. He tells Tiny the time has come to choose. Tiny knows the second disaster is tied to the Assyrian imperial wedding, so he suspects Elvenheim is just an excuse the Emperor made up after hearing Janice won't survive past the wedding. Tiny figures the Emperor wants him busy with something else when the second disaster hits. Still, Elvenheim isn't a bad option. The third disaster happens there. He also has to meet Estina again in this life at the same time. He thinks about Chloe. He sees her as family, someone who saved him, so he wants to help her however he can. In the past, even with Janice in the castle, the disaster still wasn't stopped, so Tiny doubts they can handle it without one of them there. In the end, he decides they have to go to the city. Janice is glad to hear it. Later, the king of Corin gives a speech saying the city's rebuilding is going well. He adds that, based on the Radiant Knight's advice, warnings about the sacred object and devil worshippers have been spread. The king says, this is the right time to pray for Corin's safety and prosperity. Then Prince Henry's coronation begins, with the king declaring him worthy of trust. Liam joins them at the ceremony, saying the king can finally rest easier. He apologizes again for what happened before, and Janice says he'll overlook it because he owes the imperial family. Liam tells Tiny things turned out well because of him and says he even heard why the Northern Wind Lion is called the seventh divinity. Tiny had never heard that before. Liam says Tiny was incredible in that fight, and everyone keeps talking about it, but Tiny feels something is strange, because in his past life he never heard of a seventh divinity. He wonders if there were many gifted people besides Janice. Then the king hands the crown to his son and tells him to care for the kingdom from now on. The prince is officially crowned and says he feels honored, but also weighed down by the duty. He adds that he wants to use this moment to reward the Radiant Knight. Tiny didn't expect anything else, since Head already asked for permission to borrow a sacred object. So he says he's already been rewarded. But Henry says that wasn't enough. He calls for something to be brought out. A group of guards arrives, carrying several ornaments. Henry says Tinna's body has been growing so fast that armor artifacts would be useless right now, but this gift is different. He presents an artifact once used by the traveling king of Karen, a necklace made of mana. Tiny is stunned to receive something so valuable. Henry says he would have preferred to give him transcendent armor, but those are all national treasures. Still, he says this necklace is excellent and holds 6 circle magic. Tiny already knew Henry was generous, but this is almost too much. A transcendent 7th circle armor has power equal to a superhuman. Even the continent's 10 knights have only seen treasures like that once or twice, except the Master of Arms. King Eamon tells Tiny not to worry because even if the necklace's mana is fully used, it refills in a day. Tiny says it's more than he deserves, but he'll accept it with honor. The new king tells him to think of them whenever he sees the necklace, because Karen will always remember him and hope he succeeds after that. Everyone salutes the Radiant Knight and celebrates Tinna's achievement. Later, he walks through the city, and Gennis says the people here are kind, but Tiny brings up something else. He says Gennis should be the one to keep the necklace. Gennis doesn't get why and refuses to accept the gift. Tiny explains that he still can't use a lot of mana at once, so the necklace would be wasted on him right now. That's why he keeps pushing Gennis to take it. Gennis still doesn't like the idea, but Tiny insists until he finally gives in. Gennis says he'll hold on to it until Tiny is ready to use it himself. Tiny is glad he managed to convince him because he needs Gennis to get stronger soon. He plans to bring him to the place where he died in his past life. When they reach the beach, Gennis says they need a boat, but Tiny says they want. That catches Gennis off guard. Tiny tells him they need to save both time and money. So they ride the Lunar Wolf toward their destination. Gennis isn't used to it and starts feeling sick. Tiny gets worried about him, but Gennis says he'd rather swim than keep riding like this. Tiny tells him they're almost there. Tiny realizes he's so used to the wolf that he forgot how rough it feels for other people. Then Gennis gets even worse and starts throwing up on the way. After a while, they finally arrive. Some locals come over, and seeing the two of them, they mistake them for beggars. Tiny is caught off guard by that. Gennis says he thought he was going to die and suggests renting horses for the rest of the trip. Then he starts noticing something is wrong. Tiny checks on him, but then notices something too. His things are gone, including his money pouch. He wonders if they lost everything in the ocean. Gennis blames himself and feels awful about it. But Tiny tries to lift his spirits, saying money can always be earned again. Then he reminds Gennis that this city always has something like spare bags of money for situations like this. Later, Tiny says the city is basically free pickings, and those jerks from earlier had money in their pockets. Gennis isn't comfortable with that and reminds Tiny he's the Radiant Knight now, so he can't act like that anymore. He even asks if Tiny plans to ruin his own title. He warns that using force without checking anything first would only throw society into chaos. Tiny thinks Gennis is incredibly strict, but that's actually a good thing. He's 3 times faster than a normal knight and insanely talented. As they move on, Tiny hopes coming back to the city with Gennis was the right call. Meanwhile, Gennis keeps trying to catch up to Tiny, but right when he thinks he's close, Tiny takes off on the wolf again, which leaves Gennis annoyed. Tiny says he wants to know something before the ceremony, and asks what Genis knows about the second prince. Genis says the prince has a good reputation and is close to the crown prince. Tiny didn't know that, and it reminds him of rumors from his past life, that the second prince betrayed his brother, and both of them died. Now Tiny wonders what's really going on inside the imperial family elsewhere. A mother holds her sleeping son and notices the crown prince is starting to wake, so she tries to keep him asleep. Then she looks confused and wonders if the plan failed. She is the second queen, Karsha. Using a crystal ball, she contacts one of the devil worshippers. He won't give details, but says she doesn't need to worry about the outcome. Karsha says she already heard about the disaster in Karun, where they failed badly. She reminds him they spent years setting this up, and even the final move took 3 months of preparation. Yet now, he says it failed. Angry, she asks why she should keep trusting people like them. The occultist replies that even if she doesn't trust them, if she really plans to back out now, that only makes the queen more furious, and he warns that his group will not take it well. He reminds her of something she once said, that she wanted every hated bloodline of Eslin erased, so he tells her to think carefully. Chances like this do not come often, and he asks what she plans to do. The queen asks if he is certain they will get what they want. The cultist says yes. Right then, the boy starts waking up. His mother panics, worried he might notice the communicator, but the connection is already gone, so she turns to her son. She tells him it is almost time for class. He asks to skip it, saying he is only half royal and does not even have golden eyes. His mother gently rests a hand on his head and tells him not to say things like that. She says all she wants is for him to keep growing, just like he always has. That gives the boy the push he needed. He says that when he grows up and becomes like his brothers, he will carry her on his back and run around the imperial palace 10 times. She smiles at his confidence and says she believes in him. Meanwhile, back in the cultist's chamber, one of them says she finally understands they could not have stopped this, even with more time for the second elder. The first elder is badly hurt and recovering, and they have suffered many other losses too. Their leader blames it all on Morse, meaning Tiny. Someone asks what he is doing now, and the leader says he seems to be heading to Assyrian. That is where the great work is taking place, though they think it may be a coincidence because of his tie to Valencia. Still, the leader cuts them off. He orders them to keep watching Tiny, but not to move against him for now. They will focus only on the great work involving the Blue Fox back at the royal palace of Aslan. One prince gets a report from his brother and complains that he always makes life harder. That brother is the second prince, Latvin Aslan. Latvin says it is time to work with the local intelligence group, reminding him he used to do the same. The prince says he did sometimes, but this does not sound like his brother. Usually he would lecture everyone about rules and start giving orders. His guard gets annoyed by the teasing, so the prince says he will stop. Then he asks how the second queen and Tenel are doing, since he has heard nothing lately. Latvin says their mother has called for the knight commander again. He is still in charge of the royal knights, and that should not keep happening. They need to strengthen the knights' authority. The first prince says that must be because the imperial knights stay out of politics. Latvin says that is not the only problem. Their mother still treats Tenel like a little kid, even though he is already 14, and that is why their younger brother still has not matured. The first prince says that reminds him of someone else the same age. He says a child once punched him so hard he spun through the air several times. Latvin is stunned by that story. The prince adds that this same boy has become the center of many rumors lately. Latvin asks how he let a brat like that get away. The prince says it was his mistake, and besides, the boy really could do it. Then he says Latvin must have heard of him, the radiant knight who saved Korin. Latvin asks if he means the same knight who beat the Kraken and the demon worshippers. He says the rumors call that boy a elf around 20, not 14. The prince says he did not know that. When he met him, he looked like a child. He adds that he wants to meet him again someday. Lat asks where he thinks the boy is now. The story then moves to the second mansion of Ecliptica Assyrian Valencia. There, the Duke meets Tiny and is shocked by how much he has grown. His first question is what Tiny has been eating. Tiny says that is a rude way to greet him, especially after so long and after he came back having done something so huge. The Duke admits Tiny did a great job. Tiny wonders what is wrong with this old man, but quickly gets to the point. He says that is not what matters most. The Duke agrees and explains that the second disaster will strike the imperial palace during the crown prince's wedding to his daughter. It could not happen unless someone inside interfered with the imperial barrier, which means there may be a traitor in the royal family. The barrier, he means, is an ancient relic linked to the outer walls of Assyrian. It filters evil energy and freezes mana. So it does far more than just protect the palace. Only the royal family, royal knights, and royal mages are free from that restriction. So without help from someone on the inside, the second disaster could never happen. That means a human traitor holds a high place around the royal family. The Duke says the only one he trusts is the eldest prince, his daughter's fiancé. Tiny says the culprit was probably tricked by the demon worshippers. Since Prince Bradley was already chosen to inherit the throne, there is no reason for him to kill the royal family. The Duke says Tinna's connection to Valencia could help if they find proof. Tiny mentions that in his past life, rumors blamed the second prince, but the Duke says that is likely false. He says the second prince is a principled man with no hunger for the throne. Tiny answers that you can never fully know a person. Then the Duke asks what happened in the second disaster. Tiny says every direct royal died, including the Emperor's younger brother, the iron-blooded mage. The Duke quickly decides the traitor must have been fooled too and used by the demon worshippers. Then he says that would only happen if that person were as foolish as Tiny, which instantly annoys him. The Duke reminds him he is a reckless brat who never listens, so the insult fits. He even brings up how he told Tiny to go to Elvenheim. Tiny knows that, but says he stayed because he was worried. If the Duke slipped up, half the empire could be turned upside down. The Duke admits it was safer that way and says he will let it pass this time. Just then, someone rushes in saying there is trouble. The Duke asks why he is making such a fuss in front of a guest. The man apologizes and reports that the Master of Arms has requested an audience and wants training. That shocks both the Duke and Tiny. Because the only superhuman in the Kingdom's alliance right now is the Master of Arms, Grid Van Sheldon, the man who showed the world his power in war, fighting the Sword God again and helping keep the alliance together. Even after the war ended, he kept challenging the Sword God. People thought the gap was settled when Grid became an aura user 3 years ago, but 2 years ago the Sword God reached aura 2 that shook the whole world. Now, during a training match between two superhumans, the Duke says his rival still does not know his place. Angry at being challenged, he asks if the Weapon Master really thinks this is the right time to decide who is strongest. Tiny asks why not take the challenge. He says that under one condition it could help their plan. 1 week later, at the Colosseum outside the capital, a huge crowd gathers to watch the fight. Some even spot Tiny and call him the Radiant Knight. Janice sees the massive turnout and thinks it makes sense. Two superhumans are about to clash still. He remembers the wedding is close. One spectator asks why the Emperor accepted this challenge so near such an important event. Another says he heard wounds from aura never heal, so this could become a national loss. A third asks if another rumor is true, that the Emperor does not like the wedding. Janice says he is a little worried and asks the Duke what he thinks about the Emperor allowing the duel, especially when he had wanted something else instead. But the Duke tells him not to worry. Even without permission, he was going to ask to join personally. He says the Emperor probably just trusted him. Tiny thinks the Duke's loyalty may be even stronger than in his past life, when suddenly word spreads that the Crown Prince has arrived. He came to watch the match himself. People quickly decide that the rumor about trouble with Valencia must be false. Tiny, though, is sure the Emperor really does dislike Valencia, and the Crown Prince likely knows that. Still, after seeing him come here now, Tiny decides they can trust him this time. The Prince and the Duke greet each other. Then the Prince looks at Tiny and says he almost did not recognize him after so long. Tiny asks if he came to watch the duel too. Before answering that, the Prince says his fiancée wants to see Tinna's wolf, which catches Tiny off guard. Still, Tiny knows the Prince's mana sense should let him keep the lunar wolf inside the barrier, so he summons it in cub form and hands it over. Even though the wolf clearly hates this, the Prince tells Tiny not to worry, they are on the same side. Then he leaves with it. The Duke says he already warned the Crown Prince to keep his guards ready in case demon worshippers make a move. He also tells Tiny to stay sharp if anything strange happens in the palace, especially if he is there. Then the air suddenly turns cold. The Duke recognizes his opponent at once and says he hasn't changed. It is Weapon Master Grid Van Sheldon. The two lock eyes for a moment. Tiny and Janice watch from the stands. Grid says the Duke finally seems to have moved on. The Duke fires back that Grid is the only fool who causes trouble in another nation, so his words mean nothing. He should remember his place. Grid says that's exactly why he finds the Duke annoying. He adds that the Duke still talks like a stuck-up noble. The Duke replies that if Grid has time to complain about tone, he should fix his own behavior first. Harsh words are still better than having no class at all. Grid gets tired of talking and prepares to fight. The announcer explains the rules and says, transcendent armor is banned for safety. Also, by the Duke's request, the loser must obey one demand from the winner. Grid says he'll finish this fast. Seeing him draw a sword, the Duke thinks it's time to end this pointless effort. Grid says becoming an aura user taught him something. Now he plans to teach a few lessons to a senior only a few years older than him. The Duke gets furious and asks what kind of lessons he means, then he attacks at full power, his anger rising with every taunt. Grid notices but doesn't back off. He counters while mocking the Duke's sword style. Resetting his stance, Grid says he'll show him how a sword should really be used, then he rushes in at incredible speed. Even the Duke is caught off guard. But before the strike lands, he disarms Grid and asks if cheap beginner tricks can really dodge Aura's destructive power that gives the Duke the upper hand. And Grid knows that he pulls back at once, or the fight could end right there. Then he leaps high into the air. The Duke says that was a decent move, so now it's his turn to show one. Grid says that it is using his position in the air. Grid lands a hit on the Duke. The Duke is knocked down, his attack cut short. Still, he lands safely without injury. Grid goes in again, using Frozen Flower arrow vision. A volley of arrows flies at the Duke, and he admits it was a smart try. Still, he says ice arrows won't work on him. What he misses is that Grid was never aiming at him, he was aiming at the ground, which explodes. The blast breaks the Duke's focus, and he quickly recovers from the hit. Then he starts charging his next attack. Grid tries to close in, but suddenly feels a huge wave of power from the Duke. He stops right in front of him. Even the crowd can feel that pressure. Grid starts to despair. The Duke says Grid claimed he would teach him swordsmanship, so he asks if this is what he calls a senior's swordplay. Grid realizes a sword alone won't beat him, and calls the Duke his nemesis. Then he switches weapons, his face turning serious. He declares that round 2 starts now. This time he wants a real fight, one where only one of them walks away alive. With that, Grid attacks with everything he has. The Duke matches him blow for blow. He asks what happened to all that talk about nobility, because Grid is the one fighting like a madman. Grid clearly hates hearing that, and his attacks grow even fiercer. Their powers crash together and tear through the arena, sending fear through the crowd. On the east side of the barrier, the mages struggle to pour in more mana, wondering if this kind of strength is even human. The two fighters prove they are far beyond normal people. Even Janus is impressed. He says he's starting to understand his opponent's element. Tyning asks who he thinks will win. Janus is cheering for His Highness, but admits the Duke still has a small chance of losing because Grid has lived as an aura user longer. Back in the fight, the Duke holds nothing back. Grid keeps changing weapons, using every tactic he can to win. This time he means to end it. Tyning says the Duke would normally lose this fight. Janus asks what he means, and Tiny says that would usually be true but not this time. Grid faces him heated, and the Duke stands firm. Grid decides to finish it now, charging in with his weapons because he doesn't want this battle to drag on. The Duke knows how dangerous Grid is. Then he uses an energy block. Grid is stunned that the Duke stopped his attack, so he quickly switches tactics as the Duke watches. Grid gathers energy around himself, then he releases it in a long-range attack. The Duke defends again, but this strike is clearly stronger. The arena barrier nearly shatters from the impact, but the people maintaining it barely keep it standing and save the crowd. Janus and Tyning can only stare at the final exchange. Soon after, the announcer steps up to name the winner. Lord Asgard has won the duel. The crowd reacts in mixed ways. Though most had backed the Duke, Janus is happy to see His Highness win and says the Empire only needs one sword. The one taking it badly is Grid. He demands to know what skill the Duke used and how someone so upright came up with a trick like that. The Duke only asks if he has forgotten everything about nobility. Grid gets even angrier and insists his attack should have landed, but right before the hit connected, the Duke protected himself with an energy barrier that ruined Grid's plan. The Duke used that opening and struck back while Grid was distracted. Grid says it felt like the mana inside his body twisted. Then the Duke moved in for the last blow, and Grid knows he would be dead if the sword had not stopped. He asks if the Duke used magic. The Duke says it was force field control, a move he meant to save for later and not a bad trick at all. Grid is furious hearing that, but before he can press further, the Duke of Valencia claims his right as the winner. Grid has no choice but to stay quiet. He thinks he can't even go see his brother, since that could harm allied nations he reached the top years earlier and never imagined he would lose. Then he remembers the promise he has to honor it. Still, he warns that if the Duke asks too much, he would rather die than obey. But the Duke simply tells him to remain in the Empire until the prince's wedding is over. That is his request as the winner. The crowd sees it as mercy from the Duke toward his rival Grid. However, asks what he is really planning. The Duke tells him to ask later if he is curious. Grid doesn't like it, but he accepts. News of Valencia's victory spreads fast. Everyone now knows the Swordmaster surpassed the Weapon Master, so the Lord of Valencia becomes the Emperor of the Sword. The next day, the Emperor is in a meeting. Tiny notes that he ended up with the same title as in his past life. The Emperor still isn't used to it when the meeting is interrupted. Grid has arrived. He says he came because he was summoned and asks why the Emperor wanted him. The Emperor says hell skip the formal noble manners. Grid replies that nobles should keep their dignity, even in private. Then he notices Tiny and calls him an inferior human, saying he should show some dignity too. Tiny says people with power should stay graceful and strict with themselves, remembering that Grid's past trauma made him think that way. He adds that he heard Grid say the same thing when he was younger and says Grid killed his cousin because he couldn't control his form. Grid explodes in anger and demands to know who Tiny is. To know that Tiny says Grid himself told him, but Grid insists they've never met, so that's impossible. The Emperor backs Tiny up and says he's telling the truth. He also reminds Grid that he asked about the trick used in their fight and says Tiny is the one who taught him. Grid can't make sense of any of it and asks Duke Ejda what this all means. The Emperor says they can clear everything up. He just needs Grid to calm down because there's something important he must know. Grid is ready to cut Tiny down because he hates what he's hearing. Still, he takes a deep breath instead, thinking this must be what a terrible friend feels like. The Emperor says he never thought he'd hear his old name again at this age. Grid says the name is too long and he won't use the full thing, not even in private. Then he tells Tiny to speak, but he warns that if Tiny says anything crazy again he won't walk away unharmed. He tries hard to intimidate him and says hell cut through skin and bone. Tiny just laughs, saying that sounds more like the old Grid. The Emperor tells Grid to stay calm and hear Tiny out. Tiny says Grid Van Sheldon should be 56 this year, and normally they would not meet until 15 years later, when Grid's bright blue hair had already turned half gray. After hearing everything, Grid admits it actually makes sense and says he really would do those things. Then he asks if Tiny means the future is going to be awful. Tiny tells him not to worry, the 10 nights will stop at this time. Grid comments that those 10 nights still sound strange, and asks about the other 2. Tiny says he still doesn't know how to reach them. The Reaper is probably off training somewhere, and the Mage Knight should be at the Sage's Tower. Grid thinks those titles sound odd and says this is no time to hold anything back. He asks if the Emperor told him to stay there because of the coming disaster. The Emperor says that idea came from the protagonist's sharp mind. Tiny clearly doesn't enjoy the sarcasm. Then Grid asks about the skill used in their fight, and Tiny explains it. The Imperial Mansion had been quiet, but that peace quickly broke. Grid finds out the protagonist taught the Emperor the move used against him at the end of his previous life, so he asks how his other life ended. Tiny tells him they both died, but the Emperor's swordsmanship surpassed Grid's. That was how Asgard gained the title Sword Emperor. Grid explodes in anger, refuses to believe it, and immediately wants to schedule another duel. The protagonist tells him to settle down and listen. He says he'll teach Grid his future skill too, so their next fight will be fairer. That calms Grid a lot. He keeps listening, even hearing that he had 5 eternal armors. The Emperor figures that's the only reason Grid is staying calm. Even then, Grid still finds the story suspicious. He asks why the protagonist is telling him all this.